we go. Hopefully it stays. It was, I don't know what was happening. It was StreamYard. It kept saying traffic. Due to high traffic, please try again in 30 to 60 seconds. But the reboot seems to have helped. So if we go anywhere, I'll create another stream. Well, it could be StreamYard, but it might have been, I didn't see anything that I need to do updates on the computer, but whatever. Okay. Anyways, you guys, sorry about the delay over there. Never had that happen before. Very rare something wonky goes on. But anyways, Krista's joining me today. So thank you, Krista.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. Now let's see here. So Kimmer, hi Kimmer, how are you? Don't forget to hit that like and the share, you guys. Please never do it for the sake of the channel. Always do it for the sake of the murdered and the missing. And in this case, we're talking about Jack and Lily Sullivan. And hi, Sunshine, Miss Dog Lover. You know, Miss Dog Lover, she does this. She just goes off on topics. So what does Miss Dog Lover have to say? So are you off topic? Prepared for the families of the passengers of Air India 171. Just lose your life in seconds. So be kind. Life is precious. Love you all. Beautiful. So I haven't seen that yet, but I believe I seen something like on the side of YouTube where it was talking about a flight, but I haven't even had time to look at it as working today. Then we saw
it's awful.
Is it?
Oh,
everybody gone?
One man survived. Can you believe? He should buy a lottery ticket. I said, wait, no, life is lottery. He won life. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover, for that. Appreciate that. Longtime friend of the channel. Geez. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back down to the point where, hey, Susie Little, how are you? Turning it off and off again. Oh, you got jokes. You got your jokes on there. So, hi, Rena, how are you? Hi, Jesus. Jesus took the wheel on that one and saved one person, eh?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Like honestly, when you think about a situation like that and one person survives.
Yeah, and he was in like seat like 11B or something, and the joke is going around that everybody
11,
just
11.
needs to buy 11B from now on.
Yeah,
the lucky seat.
11-11, right? 11-11.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's 9/11 for me. I see 9/11 every time.
9, yeah, I remember
911. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Denise. How are you? Streamlabs, you're so welcome. So when you do naughty things and put a period in the wrong spot, that's what you get, just like JD got. Okay, so you got to make sure your punctuation for Streamlabs is on point. All right. Hi, Mary Dalmatian. Hi, Christy Me. How are you? Carla Wheeler's in the house. How are you doing? Yeah, a lot of people love that song. It's by Track Tribe. And I always forget the title all the time. But anyways, it's by Track Tribe. It's, no copyright free type of thing. And Anne, how are you? Unnamed TC with Avery. Don't recall that name before. So welcome to the chat. Hi, Patty. How are you? True Crime Housewife. Just giving some shout outs, guys. Arnie Maxter. And we're going to get right into it, actually, that interview that Daniel did. Shelly O'Brien, nice to see you here. Michael, you can pass a lie detector test and can be guilty at the same time. You know, you can, but you have to look at everything around it. That's my thing, right? You have to look at everything around it besides the lie detector test. That's for sure. Because we all know that, right? I think we all know that lie detector tests are not admissible in court, but they help give the, RCMP or the LE, a look at kind of like, right? So if they pass it, then, obviously it's going to keep them on that trail if they pass or didn't pass it and stuff like that. So we all know that goes with the territory, but you have to look at all the surrounding information around it. He was in seat 11A, she says.
11A, yeah.
Oh, we have another star. Well, I mean, Canada, someone got freaking ass lucky there. That is, whenever I see those things, like, remember that the plane that was almost about to land in, I think, was it LA there? Was it LA? The one that was about to land, and then the freaking Black Hawk goes right into it, just as it's about to land.
No, that was in New York. That was in Hudson River.
Yeah, that's where. Okay. Anyway, and then next thing you know, a Philadelphia plane helicopter.
Yep.
And then next thing you know, there's an upside down plane there in Canada.
Yep.
Frick, eh? Like, honestly.
Boom, boom. There's been so many this year. There's been a lot.
I know. And we don't normally see that. This is why I don't like planes myself, okay? Planes, I do not like them. Especially like anything above 6 hours, anything above anything above zero sucks, to be honest with you. I think it's beautiful. I think it's a great view, but I'm always afraid that when you go down, you're pretty much dead, right? And so that's the part. I don't like not being in. I was like, when I was on that 10-hour flight to England with my husband, because that's where he's from, like, besides the lady bending over her ass in my face, I'm not kidding you. Okay. They're eating their little earthy worm food and shit like that. They get up and they start exercising. Her ass goes pretty much in my face. And I'm like, really? And then they start smooching. You're in a freaking hot dog plane. And there's no real room, and you're gonna decide to eat that earthy worm food, and then you're gonna act like it was just they were weird. Who does that? They start doing these freaking yoga stretches right in the middle of the aisle. Like, why don't you go to the bigger open space? But no, and then they start kissing. And I'm
That's
just
great.
like, really? I'll never forget that because it was the most oddest experience ever. Oh,
It'd
nice
definitely be interesting.
assets. Yeah. Anyway, anyone see True Crime Stories today? I did watch most of it. There was stuff in there that I felt was really good, and then I felt like there was stuff in there like I wasn't sure. Takama, is that AI generated that one on there? Because some of the information, it was a little bit deceptive by saying about the 911 call. We obviously never heard of 911 call. We heard of the dispatch audio. But all in all, it was a really good watch. I don't normally spend my time watching something thoroughly, but I did with this one. But once it got to the press conference, and I was like, oh my God, wow, my birthday is 2/11. There you go. So you're February 11th then? It's not a Pisces. That's before Pisces on there. Well, happy belated birthday from 2/11 on this one. Susie Little. Well, you guys know that 11/11, right? It's like the angels are watching
An
over you.
Aquarius, is it not?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think Streamlabs I'm blaming Streamlabs too, JD.
Hi, Susie.
Okay. Brenda's in the house. Hey, Brenda. You guys, I hope you're doing well, JD. Again, right now, I don't think that I don't think that's lucky. He would be a bad survivor. Remorse will need major therapy. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a twofold there, isn't it? My pilot friend said that they've all been forced to double their flying hours. Okay. I don't know why it went down. Like, what are they saying? Hi, Karen. Like,
It's
I
something
don't
to
know.
do with the wings right now.
Mm.
They didn't have the flaps down or something like that. I think it was pilot error. Like, so far.
Well, well,
They're investigating, obviously, but initially their thought is
yeah, we'll see.
it's the wings.
It's just horrific. You're like, so this is what always happens to me. So you hear about a plane that goes down, or it doesn't matter what type of thing, but let's just take the plane thing that went down. Okay. Instantly, my mind will automatically think about all the people that just died. But then it goes right to all the people that that are standing at the airport waiting for their loved ones to arrive, all that stuff. And then to hear this, like, do you know what I mean? My heart just instantly takes on those emotions. And that's why I say, like, being a deep empath sometimes is a little bit hard on the heart, because I don't like people's sadness that way. I don't want anyone to ever feel these type of sadnesses, whether it's Jack and Lily's case or the missing and the murdered. I take on that pain because my head instantly goes to all these grieving people. And I just couldn't imagine, because now I'm starting to put myself in their shoes, how I would be feeling, knowing, like, as a third person looking out, thinking about it. And I'm not living their reality, but my heart gets devastated when I hear stuff. And that's why I stayed away from anything to do with deaths from when I was 26 till 40 something. I didn't read the news anymore. I didn't I didn't entertain myself at all because it's just too hard on my heart. So that's
I
why
don't
whenever I
know.
say that I don't want to be like, I never planned on being in true crime, it's because I literally did not. And I kept weighing, do I continue? Do I keep doing it? And the only thing that has kept me in it is that we're doing this for other people's families, that we know that we can be a voice out there. And because I know who I am as a person, right? Like I said, uh, I don't care what other channels say about this channel. Bottom line is, I do everything from my heart. Everything in my life, I do from my heart, never for any other reason first. And so that's always was my struggle, is that I knew myself that I could cover a case, we could help other people. And so that's the only reason, honestly, why I keep staying in it. 11,
It's definitely emotionally draining, I'm sure.
I do
And
it.
that's why you've got to like do regular cleansings just to
Yeah, well, you need to cleanse me there, Krista, because I need
just to
a
take
lot
the
of cleansing.
heaviness away.
Yeah, and because it is, okay? There's nothing lighthearted about it. You know, it's kind of like when that, not pilot error, most likely maintenance issues, engine failure sack, but I'm no expert. Uh-huh,
Yes, that's possible. Yeah, absolutely.
uh-huh, uh-huh.
Absolutely.
Hey, Canadian S. Yeah, no, but we'll see. It will come out. But, you know, at the end of the day, honestly, it doesn't matter. It happened. There's no go backs, there's no take backs, right? No matter
Yeah.
what answer they say, there's no take backs. It
No.
happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
And it was flying from India to London to the UK.
oh, okay. It just, I'll have to look at it, you know, or just, no, you see, I don't even want to be honest with you, because there's nothing, you know what I mean? It's just like
You'll
reading the
take on every person's story and it'll be deep and yeah, I get it.
you
I
know, it's
get it.
well, it's because at the end of the day, realism kicks in, and as sad and horrific as it is, there's nothing to ever take back what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
You know, so it's kind of like putting myself to read something that's just going to sit there and make me emotionally drained again. So it's not about being cold or anything, but you know, it's just about, honestly, it's horrific for anyone to go through this. But that's just my point. It's just I take on sadness, and I really don't like, I deal with work all day long, you know, fixing issues. And then on top of that, I do lives to deal with the missing and the murder. And I'm just a happy person by nature. That's why it's hard on me, right?
Mm.
To always, because like I said, I wake up smiling, I joke around all day, and then I'm laugh, you know, like I'm happy when I go to bed. There's almost virtually no day. Like there are some, very little. I can tell you right now, probably out of like 3 months, if I wake up bad in one of those days, it's very rare at all. I'm just that way. I'm just wake up every day going, all right, sun's up, or cloudy day, rainy day, let's get on with it, you know? Um, this the way, oh yeah, right, this is the way we roll, like a random star. Anyways, thank you guys for being here today. Again, do this for Jack and Lily, and you guys could do that. And I know Belinda's going to be watching here as well. So again, that's the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. She's been such a massive support in the you know, the awareness of Jack and Lily. She honestly has no idea what to think. I can say that she's never really had a thought. She just kind of looks at the information like we do and gets confused just like we do. She doesn't know what to think either. You know, she's just, bottom line is, she's just praying that her grandbabies are found. So prayers to all the family of the missing. And we know that there was this person named Buzzkill in here yesterday. Buzzkill Charm, I believe the name was. And they said that they were family and stuff like that. But again, yeah, we never make light of cases, not when it comes it. But at the end of the day, this channel is not, we are not the family of these people. We don't joke about Jack and Lily or any other case, but yet we will talk, you know, joke, like talk around as we're in chat, right? To relieve the heaviness and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with it at all, but I get it, because they're seeing it from a different point of view, because this is this is impacting their true lives, right? Whereas, so it's not just a case to me, but I'm still right at the end of the day. We're not going to sit here for 3-5 hours and everything's going to be heavy. It's not going to happen, right? But by the same token, these people are from the other side looking at it. They're, when there's no real information out there, a lot of family members are popping in to see who's doing lives, right? They're checking to see what people are saying, and type of thing. So that's very understandable. And with that, I say, bless for anyone that is truly impacted in the murdered and the missing cases, and the family members of that. My heart is there first and foremost for the victims, and the families always will come secondary to me. First, the victims, and secondary, the families of the missing, as long as they're not involved. Okay. Because there's a lot of cases we cover where family is involved. Harmony Montgomery case, right? Stuff like that. But anyways, just wanted, so if a family member happens to come in here and stuff like that, again, there is speculation. It's just going to happen regardless. When you're talking about the true crime world, it's just going to happen. There's a difference between actually accusing people and just giving your thoughts and opinions, right? We're allowed to do that because we have that, God-given right to, and stuff like that. And, so it's either, if they're going to come into the channels, then just be prepared, obviously. Each to their own on that. But anyways, before we get started with that interview with Daniel, did you want to say anything at all?
Nope. That just you do the interview and then we'll go from there.
Let's do that. And unfortunately, all my tabs closed down as well. I had all my tabs open, and all of them. I like it when it says restore tabs, but there's no option for that. And then Belinda says, Carla Wheeler says, hello, Belinda. I'm so sorry for what you and your family are going through at this moment. Sending hugs. That's why, please, again, never hit. Oh, she popped out. She has issues a little bit sometimes. Something like Charmaine. But just know, again, Belinda sees what you're saying, okay? And she truly appreciates all the people that are supporting, putting their faces out there, talking about them, and bringing awareness to the case. That's what she's been all about the whole time. And that's exactly what this channel's about. So please, not for me. Never gonna run away. Desert you. Kenny Cross, I desert you in a second, but thank you for becoming a member. Got a Rickroll. For Charmaine. Thank you, Kenny Cross.
Fell off again.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'm going to have to do a members live soon. I haven't done one in at least a year. Yeah, probably at least a year. I'm going to have to do a members live soon. And AI Henry, Sunny, Charmaine, good evening. Well, it's Krista. I know we all look our brown-haired people, but, it's a little racist, actually, AI Henry. We're all brunettes, aren't we? So glad you're still bringing the awareness. Absolutely. I've been doing so many live. How does it go from last month? I didn't do one live. And then next thing you know, you can pretty much look at almost every day, and I've done a live for it. And it's because all I can do is think about this case, whether I'm working or whether I'm, off work and stuff like that. My head is always spinning around about the messages, and just trying to still sort it all out in my brain. Anyway, so, and not only that, but I'm not going to lie, there's a little special piece of me that does it more too as well for Belinda, that she knows that it's like not every 4 days or whatever, as long as the case is out there, and we can keep talking about it and stuff like that. And I have the time, I'm going to cover it. Okay, so let's present, share screen, and we'll get into considering all my things shut down. But okay, Kent had sent me this originally. So thank you, Kent, for sending me this. I always appreciate it because he's obviously in Pictou County himself. Hi, Jackie. Hi, Citizen Sleuth. How are you? You're almost almost sick of seeing you. I felt the same about you too, Jackie. And And then I realized, like my shirt, right? What does it say? It says be kind. It says be kind. You know my shirt, like I have a few like this, be kind. And it's like the cat in the hat on there. But it's because I like the colors first and foremost too. But I like the words. Be kind. Be kind, people. All right. Love, then hate. Bring darkness to light. And that's what we're trying to do. Bring darkness to light, fighting for answers for Jack and Lily. Okay, let's play this. Hi, Liv Marcus. How are you? Anne Marie. Hi. So just so you guys know, this is Krista down below. I know it looks like Charmaine a little bit, but thank you so much, Kenny. My brother's name is Kenny, by the way. But this is Krista. Okay, she's from in chat. That's how I've come to know Krista the last about week and a half a bit, but she's been in the lives a little bit longer with the Jack and Lily case. But so it's nice to have her up here. Yeah, there we go. Hi, Krista.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe you're gonna have to pretend to be Charmaine. So you're just gonna have to bring out your bitchier self. Okay.
I do have a side. I do have that side. So
okay. No, we all do. I know we do because we're feisty. We're passionate and feisty on there. A little bit more love. Okay.
Yeah, it gets me into trouble sometimes.
Okay, so I'm going to play this, okay, guys? And then we'll talk about it. All right.
Her younger brother, Jack, were last seen in May. And since then, investigators say they've chased down every lead. RCMP confirmed they've spoken with 54 people, conducted polygraph tests, and have received close to 500 tips. But yet, there's still no sign of the siblings. Jack and Lily's stepfather says he was the first to volunteer for a polygraph, hopeful it would help the search and ease public speculation.
I know it would be a big help in the case and kind of narrow down maybe some of the speculations and just provide more evidence.
Daniel Martell says during the polygraph test, he was asked several things, including whether or not he was involved in the disappearance of the children. He says both his cell phone and that of his estranged wife were confiscated and searched by investigators. This and weeks of interviews, there still hasn't been a major break in the case. And for their stepfather, the silence inside the once busy home is deafening.
Going from a family of 7 to just me, I mean, I have nothing but time to just think.
RCMP insists this is still very much an active investigation. They're reviewing surveillance footage and following digital evidence. But the emotional toll has already left its mark on Martell, including the loss of custody of his daughter, Meadow.
I haven't even got to see my own kids, not even Meadow yet. But I'm still hopeful. I have supervised visits coming up that are granted by CPS.
The children's stepfather says he's grateful to the investigators and to people who continue to share tips, even if none have yet led to finding Jack and Lily. Until then, over a month later, the family continues to remain hopeful that the children will return home safe.
Kind of narrowed down.
Make his face a little bit better than that. Don't want to be leaving him there with his total eyes closed on this. Okay. I have a lot of thoughts on this myself. Okay. Your thoughts?
What
are you thinking about this when you see this particular? Does that mean thank you again for more information, Daniel, to be honest?
Oh, I wish he would just not talk
today. And we might have different opinions here. Go on. That was today, guys. That was today.
I know he thinks he's doing, I know he thinks he's doing the right thing by talking. I don't think it's doing him any favors with the speculation that's out there and how he's being ripped apart or not ripped apart. I don't know. I think it would do his mental health a lot of good not to as well. And I don't know. I don't know because I can't imagine what he's going through if he has no idea what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's so tough.
Okay. So from the start, me and Charmaine have, and even my husband, when he saw it, I've always wanted to believe in Daniel Martell and how he's his of it all. Okay, of everything, of looking at pictures, of listening to his words, all these things. Now, I will show you guys something in a second as well. And that's just it, Kimmer, too. I want to believe Daniel. I really do.
Oh, I do too.
Like I like my heart of hearts. If I was just to cut the bullshit and say what I feel, which I pretty much do anyway, because we're just truthologists here, and I try to just keep everything real, right? There's facts, and then there's speculation. So this is fact that he is speaking. Whether or not you believe his words, it's a whole different story, okay? Because again, myself, I just love to look at everything. I like to look at the pictures. I love to see him when he's holding the kids. I like to look at his words. I like to read between the lines. I like to look at everything. And he's made me flip-flop a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. Because you're still trying to understand the information that we do know. And it just seems you're trying to go, okay, so if the parents had any involvement, you know what? In saying that, Charmaine could be absolutely right on this and think that it's an absolute abduction. The reason why I'm going to say that it is possible still, is that every time he talks, I love it. Why? Because we get to see his reaction. He always keeps giving us more information. And I love that. The more information I personally have, the more I love that I can add that to the pile of information, which is kind of like when he's not talking or those. So the message that we showed from Charmaine and Daniel, right? So we know those are real, regardless of what anyone thought, right? We know those were real. The messages that Belinda sent over from her thing, right, was about 18 or 19 things. Again, those were from Belinda, Malaya and Belinda's conversation. And again, Belinda wanted to share those because she just cares about wanting to know the true answer. What happened to Jack and Lily? No holds barred type of thing. Strong woman. Please give her so much kudos and hearts for her fight to find out the answers. Because if it wasn't for Daniel and Belinda, we would we'd be sitting there, the speculation would probably be way worse than what it is already. But it kind of gives insight into that day, and that's the only thing I was always looking for: insight and more answers into the day that Jack and Lily disappeared. And as like me, I like to be that real true sleuth, right? That little investigator going, stink eye or whatever. But I really love the information, because the more information you have about that day, the more you can kind of try to make sense of it. And it still might boggle the mind. But I feel like as time keeps going on, that things get more and more clear. The puzzle pieces start coming together more so. And so that's what I love about it. Now, in this particular case with Daniel, so first he tells us, right? Actually, you know what? I'm going to play it again. I'm going to stop it where I want to, and then we can talk about
Her younger brother, Jack, were last seen in May. And since then, investigators say they've chased down every lead. RCMP confirmed they've spoken with 54 people, conducted polygraph tests, and have received close to 500 tips. But yet, there's still no sign of the siblings. Jack and Lily's stepfather says he was the first to volunteer for a polygraph, hopeful it would help the search and ease public speculation.
I know it would be a big help in the case and kind of narrow down maybe some of the speculations and just provide more evidence.
Daniel Martell.
Okay. So
his relationship with did was it how do I put this? Was it ended before he got in a relationship with Malaya?
Yeah, the one with Christy.
Yes.
As far as I know, yes. As far as
Okay.
I know, yes. I mean, Belinda, if you're watching right now, which I know you are, she could probably answer to that one too. But as far as I know, it wasn't like this cheating was going on, But I don't want to say 100%, because I can't say 100%. But from everything it kind of has been told, it doesn't seem like it's this, you know, love affair that happened or something like that. Um, if you guys were paying attention to Sloan Bella from her live, um, and she made this comment, she said something like, if you think that something about, if you think that you took yourself away from the worst person you thought was possible, referring to the dad, um, I got news for you, Sloan says. There's someone way worse. Okay. So, bottom line there is, um, Malaya left that relationship. Okay. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But so Sloan, you know, kind of like hit the nail on the head in a sense when she's like, if you thought he was bad, well, let me put it this way: there's someone else that's worse in your life. So I'll leave that at that, because a lot of people are trying to speculate that, I just like to keep it real. Okay. It is what it is. Um, we don't really ever talk about Belinda's son because he has an alibi, which we said. They've never asked him for a polygraph test at this point. Okay. Belinda has made that clear as well. So just to kind of, I always just like, again, not really talking about her son
That
because
one never crossed my mind, actually.
about what?
Cody.
What
It
what
that never came into play in my thought process.
which part?
That he would even have anything to do with it. That
No,
never,
that's why.
yeah,
And
never once.
the thing is that, to me, if Cody had anything to do with this whatsoever, honestly, he'd probably be in cuffs and in jail right now, sitting there waiting trial or something like that. It was very clear to me, and that's why I did not waste my time go like really deep diving into him at all, because in my heart, I know when something to me is going down a useless rabbit hole. So why am I going to waste my time there when I'm going to spend it on exactly what seems more logical and truthful of that? So again, if you guys didn't watch the live yesterday, again, uh, Cody and Belinda, they haven't been asked for a polygraph test. Why? Because they obviously are not important. The important people will have been polygraphed already.
Right.
Right, exactly. So that should say a lot to you guys. You guys might have your opinions, but you know what? There's broken down families all over this world, everywhere, and stuff like that. And again, so you might have your opinions about that whatsoever. But bottom line is, he has an alibi, that he hasn't been polygraph test. Why? Because obviously he's not of relevance, or they would have by now. Let's see. Belinda says, let me just see this. Okay. I see, like I said, whether it's about Malaya or Daniel, I just want to know, like, if I know more about the situation, their personalities and stuff like that. Again, things start making a little bit more sense. Just of everything, right? That's how I see it. Malaya said he was separated and had visitation with his kids. Okay. So at the time they were separated, kind of like when I met my ex-husband, or my husband. Well, no. Okay, let me go back to that. I've been, okay. Don't judge me. Okay, I was in an 11-year relationship and I was married for 2 years. I left that abusive relationship, and then about 6 months later, so I'd moved to Vancouver, back home here, and then I had met my ex-husband with my son, which is Matthew's my son. My ex-husband's name is Steve, as well as my current husband. Okay. But anyway, so I was in an 11-year relationship, married for 2 of those. I knew I shouldn't have married him. But I was trying to please everybody else, right? It's kind of what we do. Anyways, so I was separated technically, but I was in a relationship with my ex-husband, Steve, who has is the father of our child. And so, yeah, so same ideas as what Belinda's saying here, that he was separated and had visitation with his kids. Okay. So thank you, Belinda, for that. And so yeah, so like meaning I was pregnant, I had a kid, and then at some point I was like, okay, let me pay that $800 to get the divorce finalized, right? You know, some people are judgy about that. Now, Helen, I'm confused because you were just a new member the other day. Do you keep unmembering yourself and then do another one? I don't know what's going on there because I've seen that a few times. But Helen, you know, if I could just see you do that every day that I do a live, that would be perfect. She just wanted to hear the Rickroll song on there. Okay, so my thing with Daniel is this. He's the only one that keeps giving us information that he actually doesn't have to. Some people might call it stupid or not. And oh, there we go. So I was looking at your comment in the private thing. And so you guys might think he's a donkey's butt by doing that. I love it. I absolutely love it. Thank you. Because it's kind of like he didn't have to say anything about the polygraph test and what questions were asked. He didn't have to say anything about his visitation rights. I think there's part of him that feels like, you know, when you have to justify yourself a bit, you know, and Daniel did say that when I want media to cover things, I'm going to leak some information because I'm not going to let this story go. Right. He says, I'm not going to let this, because Daniel, right, he thinks that the kids were taken by the family of Malaya's and stuff like that, hypothetically, allegedly, in his opinion. Okay, I'll speak for him on that one. But you know what I mean? So that's why he keeps saying these weird things like, I'm going to have to, you know, like I'll keep searching for them for the rest of my life if I have to. Because in his eyes, he if he knows that he's not guilty of anything, I mean, he's living this reality. We aren't. He knows who Malaya is. He knows who Cindy is. We don't. We can only go by the little bit that we see, you know, and that interview of Malaya, which is a horrible interview. Don't get me wrong. But at the end of the day, it's kind of one of those things. Is she guilty of anything at all? Possibly not. Possibly. Who knows? But so I love the fact, because, I mean, okay, I'm going to play more. All right. Oh, so busy today. I just seen this Astra. I mean, she's saying, oh my God, I'm so busy.
Says during the polygraph test, he was asked several things, including whether or not he was involved in the disappearance of the children. He says both his cell phone and that of his estranged wife were confiscated and searched.
Okay. So both that of his cell phone and his wife's, I guess, or however you want to say, because they're not married, but whatever, right? He's giving that information out there. Not just his phone, but her phone was taken as well. Thank you, Daniel, for those little tidbits, because a lot of people have been asking, was her phone looked into as well? So, answer, if you want to believe it or not, yeah. I mean, it's what they would do. They would definitely be taking their cell phones, just like they'd be going through devices. The kids are their priority. They always look at the family first, and then they go out from there. It's just the way that they deal with it. We know this from cases. And that's why it ticks me off, like in Sebastian Rogers' case, and possibly what happened here as well, that they're too busy believing that it's just them wandering off something, and the scene it's compromised. It gets compromised, right? And it happens like in Sebastian's case. It was like a week or so later where they're like, well, by that time, everything's contaminated, right? So my thing is this, and just like Jennifer Coffindaffer, you guys don't know who she is. She's a FBI retired agent that I've spoken to. She covers a lot of cases in the USA and stuff like that. And because she said the same thing as I had said. And I'm not even an FBI agent, but I'm like, why would they not? Knowing how many times family or someone close to the family is involved in these cases, why would they not deem it as a crime scene right away? And I don't know for a fact how much they did it with this case, you know, but that is what happened. Like Daniel's out in the woods. Dude, get your ass back here. This is a crime scene right now until we downgrade it, right? That's the way it should be. You downgrade, not freaking upgrade when everything's contaminated. Just saying. Just saying. Oh, that's what you did. Okay, Helen. Okay. So again, he's saying to us, my phone was taken and Malaya's phone was taken. Now, again, you guys, if you're talking to somebody on the phone, obviously you're not going to get, you know, the conversation. Okay. So if there's phone calls going out between people, they're going to know that these phone calls were going out for sure. They're obviously not going to have the convo, but if text messages, digital data is typically what solves these cases, especially when they live in a place that has very bad internet, bad whatever, Wi-Fi, whatever, because she couldn't even send the pictures, right? They had to take her like for a drive in order for her to send the pictures of the kids. So they probably do most of their Facebooking and stuff when they're wherever that special spot is, perhaps on the property, or maybe there's a special spot somewhere. But I mean, in this case, all we know is that Malaya had to be taken away, driven away to send the pictures of the kids on there. Okay, before I play more, is there anything you want to say to that?
No, not to that. Keep going on that.
Yeah, we did talk about that. Only once, I believe. Well, just your input on that, by the way.
On
Says,
which one?
this Michelle. She says, why is nobody talking about the attempted abduction earlier this week?
Oh,
Isn't that the one about the? Oh my god, I know we played it.
is that the one in Nova Scotia? Yes, that one. There was one that was, but they have a man in custody, I thought.
Yeah.
I thought they had a man in custody.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure in that case, they would be, that man would probably be interrogated or investigated about this case too. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure they would, just because of the relativity. And
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, at the end of the day, RCMP is going to be on that stuff like flies to shit. Okay.
oh yeah,
Absolutely. Like, please do not take RCMP for dumbasses, you know, or that they're so incapable of figuring out this case. Right. I mean, to me, I think that they're doing a really good job. We already learned that 11 units are all working on it. They're bringing up analysis, right? Analysis.
yep.
Yeah, like two of them and stuff. Was it two of them? I think.
Two.
Yeah. So again, that was the one snatched on the bicycle. That's right, and dragged him or her to his house. Okay. So I'm going to play just a bit more here.
By investigators. This and weeks of interviews, there still hasn't been a major break in the case. And for their stepfather, the silence inside the once busy home is deafening.
Going from a family of 7 to just me, I mean, I have nothing but time to just...
Okay. Right there. I got to stop it there because that just pulled at my damn heartstrings right there. Because that's the reality. If you guys are thinking about this case, you're thinking like, regardless, this was a family of 5. No, sorry, 5. Yes, 5 here, and then there's
Plus
2
his
other
two.
kids. Right.
He's referring to his other 2, but yes.
Right. Exactly. So imagine having Willow taken away and CPS saying you can't visitize, but he's let us know in here that his visitation rights with CPS are going to be starting soon for Meadow. Okay. And then he can't see his other 2 kids. He's right. This man has nothing but time on his hands. And honestly, he keeps hitting a chord with my heart. Like, honestly, I can't, there's everything in me that wants to believe Daniel here, knowing full well, and I'll show you something in a minute, knowing full well how his messages can come across as kind of arrogant and whatever. But he's right. He's giving us information he's only one talking, really. Like, like, to me, he's not mimicking a Christopher Watts, or he's not mimicking these other fathers of children and stuff like that. He's not even mimicking a Christopher Proudfoot, who's the stepfather of Sebastian Rogers. Like, I mean, typically what happens when you watch those cases, either they barely participate, barely want to do interviews. Like, they're not showing this more. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like when you watch Christopher Watts and stuff like that. What's the other guy's name I'm thinking of? What's his name? I can't think of his name. Whatever. But there's so many of these cases where they, God, the name was right there and it just vanished again.
Not
Where
proud, but
where they're literally, they don't even attend a vigil. They don't attend a search. They might do it for a week, but because they know the answer, right? They kind of more do the avoiding part.
yeah, they're just detached.
Right. And they'll do things when they have to, but kind of like Barry Morphew, same thing. The only time Barry Morphew ever came out to talk, right? Even though he's not been charged of Suzanne's, but trust me on this one, guys. Hopefully one day Suzanne Morphew gets her just desserts. Barry Morphew, double hockey sticks down below there. But anyways, when Barry Morphew came out, just like Christopher Watts when he's talking, Scott Peterson, that's what I was thinking about. Okay. They're portraying something and it's so blatantly clear that they're just a bunch of lying asses, to be honest with you. They're not showing those appropriate emotions, and they're not doing. Thanks, Jane. Oh, which reminds me.
Jane Tyler Super Chat, £5 are awesome. Thank you. Good evening to you all. It's 12:30 a.m. here and got any boots at all. I keep checking it out and I would say it's heartbreaking. Broken heart emoji, blue heart emoji, sparkling heart emoji, blue heart emoji.
Thank you, Jane. Now, it reminds me, you guys, it's my brother-in-law, my husband's brother who lives with us. His name is Ryan Austin. It's his birthday today, and he just turned 25. So happy birthday to Ryan Austin. On there. So just wanted to say that because my husband's from the UK, and obviously his brother's from the UK. And he came to work, and he works with my husband. So the two brothers work together. Anyways, and they're in construction. But anyway, so happy birthday to Ryan. But so thanks again, Jane, for the $5 super chat on there. Now, don't know where I was anymore. Forgot that part of it. Hi, Valerie. Where did anyone get the idea that Daniel's family wasn't supporting him? Well,
Of course his family's going to support him. Absolutely. And so they should. If they're his family.
Well, I was going to say, because there's that one text of his where he says, my family's the greatest. My family's the best. And then he says that
when he was saying it was his support team, right?
Right. But it's kind of like, is that a sarcastic remark? Or did he mean, like, because the way that message was my family's the greatest, my family's the best. And then his next sentence was, and they all basically, and everyone abandoned me on the second day of search, basic, right? And I'm like, oh, so because as you read it, you would think he's being sarcastic and being like, thanks, family. I needed you guys abandoned me basically on the second day on there. But anyway, so Jane, this is the latest information. This news came out today and stuff like that. Daniel has, yes. So I do want to say this, if I'm allowed, and I'm not going to say who told me, but so Daniel was at the vigil and heard he was a little bit standoffish, right? In a sense. And I believe it was then he needed to do an interview, obviously for the news or whatever. Apparently, okay, and I'm just going by what somebody told me that was actually there, that Malaya's mom was actually there, Cindy, but very quickly, like not very long, but actually Now, the person that told me that was at the vigil said that she didn't see the message until it was too late. But meaning, so I mean, at the end of the day, it's one of those things. I believe it because literally this person, is from the vigil, right? And the person that's telling her was at the vigil too. But anyways, bottom line is apparently Cindy Murray was there, but just for a few minutes. Just kind of came in, looked around, and then was gone. So, put that into your pot of thoughts there. And I want to show you something else in a minute as well, but we'll finish this off. Okay. Anyone have Charmaine's email address? Yeah. Charmaine, what is hers? Shit. Here, let me look in my email. Charmaine, 1 second. She does put it up, but I think it was True Crime Story Podcast at gmail.com. Yeah, that's what it is. True Crime Story Podcast. Let me just check my own email because hers might come from a different one. So I'm not going to give out her personal if it comes from a different one. 1 second. Compose. True. Sherman. Yeah, no, I have a personal one. What I just said, True Crime Story Podcast at gmail.com. That's what she said yesterday. And you know what? Her email, I think, oh no, that's her podcast that comes up. Anyways, it's what I said. True Crime Story Podcast at gmail.com. All right, let me play this more.
RCMP insists this is still very much an active investigation. They're reviewing surveillance footage and following digital evidence. But the emotional toll has already left its mark on Martell, including the loss of custody of his daughter, Meadow.
I haven't even got to see my own kids. Not even Meadow yet. But I'm still hopeful. I have supervised visits coming up that are granted by CPS.
Okay, so we heard that, right? He has supervised visitation coming up. So basically, whatever Malaya did, which is probably involving that lawyer, and that's what I felt like this was about anyway, like nothing to do with the case, but as for at least this part of it, right? Now, Belinda did tell me that when Malaya left Cody, that she filed for full custody right away, right? That she filed for custody of the kids right away. Same thing that she's done here, same thing, right? She obviously filed for custody right away. Hence why you would need a lawyer, first of all. So does that make sense? That makes sense.
He'd still be able to see the kids, though, even if she filed for custody. I don't understand why they so absolutely chopped it off. Like, okay, supervised, but where there's no real allegations that we know of. I'm not.
Well, from what I read from the actual CPS that somebody had sent me, from what I had read, is that at the end of the day, in Canada, and I'm not so sure, I can't say this for the USA here, but for Canada, it says that the best interest of the child will always come first. So if they feel like 2 children disappeared, perhaps, and I know Malaya, but bottom line is there's obviously maybe more to the story that we don't know a little bit of. It might be something as much as drugs. It might be something a little bit more than that. It might be something even less than that. It depends what Malaya has alleged. But the bottom line is that it says no matter what, that it's about the best interest of the child. So if they feel like they need to protect this child, but then you ask yourself, well, why didn't Malaya? But I don't know. I just see this as one of those things. I've seen it many times in Canada where females bullshit, and add on to truth. Or maybe there is truth to something else. We don't know, right? I think that's what you're getting at. So like, why
kind of backs my theory a little more.
Mhm.
Um,
It's not like
why
he's telling us.
why it is the way it is right now.
Right. Because he's giving us certain information, but obviously, probably you're not going to put out, certain stuff for sure.
I feel
So
it's possible that maybe Belinda has custody of Meadow right now. That
say that
she
again.
has taken kind of the reins there and taken custody. Otherwise, they would have lost her.
Lost Belinda. Say it. Sorry.
Lost Meadow to a foster home. I think
Mhm.
Belinda may have, or someone else stepped in and took custody of Meadow in the meantime
Right. Exactly. And
in the family.
that could
I
be
don't
very well the
think
case.
Malaya has custody right now. She might be there in the
Right.
vicinity, but I think they've given custody, to one of the other players.
Right. And that happens a lot too. Right.
Yes.
That happens a lot too as well. And that could very well be the case, but obviously, she's obviously fighting for custody,
Oh
and
yeah.
to have the full custody and stuff like that. But, again, it's kind of one of these things is that, again, what I appreciate about Daniel, I mean, I can't help it. Every time this man talks, I keep trying to look, don't get me wrong, case, please. I didn't fall off a turnip truck. I'm 56 years old. I'm pretty wise when it comes to people. But by the same token, as much as I always keep trying not to believe him, my heart, my gut, my intuition is that he's believable to me. And it's not because I'm trying to, kiss anyone's ass or like meaning Charmaine was talking to Daniel. I wasn't. It's not ever about that. It's about my own personal gut feelings on this. But I always have to wrap my brain around how these two children could have disappeared, if it's unlikely that they're in the woods. Okay. Like, there you go. 0.0001% still there. If they were abducted by randomly, again, maybe 0.2% to me. Um, for family involvement is of course the highest to me, because it's an odd, either they're the worst at giving interviews, right? And they're the most innocent, guilty people, or there's actually truth here somewhere. Now, I just always, every time I try to not believe in Daniel, my heart of heart says that he's being honest. As much as he's
I
being
don't think Daniel did anything to those kids. I don't
honest.
think that Daniel is the perpetrator
Okay.
here.
Well,
I do think he may have knowledge. That's all.
The thing I was saying before was about how other cases have acted, where the stepfathers have acted strange and weird. There's usually a certain pattern that they have, and Daniel's not really in that pattern to me. So like I said, Christopher Watts, Scott Peterson, it's like looking through a transparent glass and you're going, yeah, nice smirk on your face type of thing. And, just the way they're acting, they're just not believable. And it was so apparent with Daniel. There's nothing that's been apparent about Daniel. Questionable, absolutely, right? When you first start looking at it. But the more he talks, it just more goes in a line with what I keep feeling about him. And he's not following that pattern to me of how typically these cases, when somebody, like, let's say if people thought that he did something, this isn't the typical pattern of how someone acts, okay, at all to me. The other ones come across way more shady. They avoid more doing interviews. They get these little smug little looks on their faces and stuff like that. It's just, to me, a different pattern. And I don't see Daniel doing that pattern as if he's like a guilty person, faking it and going, oh, let me just keep going on camera and, regardless if you guys see it differently. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the West case. Yeah. Well, the West case, that was Orrin and Orson Welles, right? And that case, I mean, those, the adoptive parents or whatever, foster parents, clearly, again, they were just clear as day, guilty as shit. They were just lucky, in a sense, at the time that they had those stupid COVID masks to wear so that they could keep using that to hide their true facial expressions and that. But it was just crazy. They're just sitting there going, like, the wife is just sitting there going, mm-hmm, 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 what he said, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And he just has his arms crossed the whole time going, like, honestly, they were so stupid over how they were talking about, you know, the disappearance. It stood out like a sore thumb, right? Daniel doesn't stand out like a sore thumb to me. Anyway, let me play this off because I want to show you something else.
That are granted by CPS.
The children's stepfather says he's grateful to the investigators and to people who continue to share tips, even if none have yet led to finding Jack and Lily. Until then, over a month later, the family continues to remain hopeful that the children will return home safe. Todd?
Right, House of RF in Pictou County for us this evening.
Okay, hold on. Go back.
Last seen in May, and since then,
Okay, we'll just leave it there anyway, because okay. So I want to show you guys something else, and thank you guys for all your comments, and I'll get back down to them. Okay, sometimes it's hard to keep up with chat, even though I got it on a minute long. People, don't forget, you guys, please just take a moment to hit that like and share. Please do it for Jack and Lily. Please do it for Belinda that's watching this live stream right now, the paternal grandmother, and for all the other people out there that truly are just here to find out what happened to their family member of family members of Jack and Lily. Very strange case for sure. Now, I will stop screen and I will show you this. So Belinda actually was just 1 second. Did I show it? No, I haven't shown it yet. Okay, so we were showing these pictures the other night of that Belinda had up on her Facebook, okay, of Lily and Jack, bunch of baby pictures. So of course, Belinda was there when Jack and Lily were born, okay, sweet angels that they are. But here, let me bring this a little bit closer for you guys. And again, you know, hit that like and share button, guys, for these beautiful babies. But so Belinda just told me this right before the live. So if I click on this and I click on all hearts, come on now, there you go. Malaya Brooks Murray, she hearted all the pictures of the children, okay? So when I see that, right, we know that Malaya's not posting stuff on her thing, but she hearted it. These are her children. Now, my thing is here about that. Okay, wait, actually, what do you think about that, Krista? You guys, what do you guys think about that? Any thoughts about, you know, that she actually went to Belinda's? Because Belinda and her are friends on the Friends, just like Daniel and Malaya are as well still. Just like Chelsea Gray, which is Belinda's daughter. You know, you see their names. Alana King is the one that held the vigil.
Yeah. Was it on the Jack and Lily tribute page, or was it on Belinda's personal page?
Her personal page. Yeah, this is Belinda's personal page.
Huh.
No, they didn't. Yeah. But so.
Yeah, well, she's keeping in touch. I mean, she's got that. I mean, Belinda was one of the people she spoke with on the first, messaged, communicated with on the May 2nd. And so.
1 second.
You know, she's got to respond.
1 second. Hi, the Pawn. Pawn, just know that I desert you. But I love you for becoming a YouTube member. Another person that gets Rick rolled. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Sorry, I see another message out there. Okay, and I'll answer you in a second. But Pawn, thank you very much. I'm gonna do a members live soon, guys. Okay, and that's just for members only. I think you guys deserve a special one to yourselves. So we'll do one soon. I haven't done one in about a year, so it's time I do one. So thank you for that. And thank you for the Rickroll that it forces it to play. Now, I can't help it. Okay. So I'm not here again to sit there and go, oh my God, Daniel's the greatest. Daniel's the best. Malaya's this, Malaya's that. All I'm here to do myself, first and foremost, bring awareness to Jack and Lily. That's it. That's
Exactly.
right. The second thing is we talk about speculation. What if? What could have happened? This and that, right? Obviously, they disappeared from this home in this very rural area. Now, I want to be fair. Please tell us your theory. Hi, Crochet. Just kidding. But I want to always be fair, right? Meaning the stuff that I'm seeing myself, regardless, from the way I do things. It's not about taking sides. It's never about taking sides. It's going straight down, looking at the information. But I got to be fair to Malaya, even if I think Malaya's interview sucked butt, and it did, right? And there's things that she said which could make us easily believe that she's pushing a story. I still have to be fair. So at least to me. So for Malaya to heart on Belinda's page, which is the paternal grandmother, right? And Cody's the paternal father. I think everyone should know this by now. It made my heart melt, to be honest with you. Because if she had nothing to do with the disappearance at all, to do with Jack and Lily, right? This is think of it that way. If she had nothing to do with it at all, because we don't know, right? There's nothing to tell us that for sure. There's nothing besides our speculation. But if she had nothing to do with it, this is a mother hearting the posts of her babies. So you have to still be logical and sensible and think of it from still all angles. This heart might mean nothing to somebody else. But for me, for her to do that and heart the things is still, because we don't know the answers. Like as a mother or a father, but especially as a mother, because we're the ones that slide these beautiful, little gifts out of us, for her to do that, it just reminds me, like, it's her children. It's her children. You can't just go, oh, Malaya's guilty.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a fake heart.
Well, no, I still kind of feel my theory is number one. My theory hasn't shifted yet in my brain.
Go ahead.
So it's the one I've shared already.
For people that are coming in asking.
My theory is that, and I have a couple, but this is kind of the one sitting at the top. And it's that Malaya was struggling with postpartum, or is struggling. She hit a wall, she went manic, something happened, and something happened. Something horrible happened. I think when Cindy came, in my mind, it's possible that Cindy saw the look on her daughter's face, heard the story that Malaya told her, didn't buy the story, and knew the magnitude of the situation, and said, I got to get you out of here. Get in the car, get your stuff. We're going, get baby. We're going to get you a lawyer. We got to figure this out. And I think she probably went for custody right away, Cindy, knowing what was going to go down.
Yeah,
that's a theory. I have no proof or evidence of this. There is nothing that is driving this other than what everybody else has to their disposal, information-wise. So, but that's my leading theory. And so when I see Malaya hearting something, my heart kind of goes, yeah, because if you did something, it doesn't mean you don't love them. It means you hit a really bad wall. And so it's sad all around.
Absolutely. Okay. So I was just looking at Belinda's photos that she said to me, but it's the same thing. Like, it's always, they'll have an article and a video typically to go with it on there, for sure. So this is kind of, to me, like, this got me thinking again. My theory changes, like probably most people. One minute I'm for Malaya, next minute I'm for Daniel. And the truth is, I don't know.
Oh, it's a roller coaster. I've
It's a
never
roller
been on this kind of a crazy roller coaster before. It's horrible.
You know what? I know, and it bugs me because I hate it when it's kind of like Sebastian Rogers' case, right? But Sebastian Rogers' case, like, you can't sit there and say that Katie and Christopher Proudfoot had anything to do with it, but it looks like a sore thumb, just, bonk, 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 bonk out there. When that thumb just gets bigger and bigger, and every time that they talk and say something, you're just like, come on, how can this not be clear as day? How did they find no evidence? Da 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 da. This one to me is 2 children go missing. It doesn't seem likely that there's an abduction. There's so many things to make me believe, like, if they're interviewing people around the family, right? Like, I don't know why, and maybe I'm wrong here, but Krista, but if it was an abduction, don't you think that the police would be putting some different type of information out there for us, in a sense? If
Oh,
it was,
100%.
yeah, if it was like an abduction.
I don't think it's a stranger abduction, or they would have, it would be in the States. It would be on cereal boxes. I
They
mean,
would
I'm
want us
exaggerating, not cereal boxes,
an
but they would have it
Amber
on
Alert.
newspapers.
Yeah.
It would be, they would be jetting it right across. Ontario would have it all over their media. It would
Right.
be, I'm sure it would be everywhere. Even if they drop the ball, they're not going to go, oh, well, we're just not going to do anything. They would start right away and wait for the backlash, I'm sure. But they would not let it, if they did not think that it was a stranger abduction, I
Right.
believe them.
Right. But what gets me here, okay, is that this, okay. So if I feel like Daniel is being honest, and this is what I said right from the start, then, but I don't believe Malaya because of her really bad interview, and then we see the text. But it was probably the thing that topped everything for me was that interview. It's like such a red flagged interview. Now, Plunder says that there was a case that she was following, and everyone was blaming the dad. Come to realize the dad gave a bad interview, and he was guilty of nothing, right? So
Right.
I always have that in my head too. Even though the interview might be so bad that, again, it could be in the most, guiltiest person just by the way it seems. So if I'm seeing Malaya heart on Belinda's, for her children, and I feel like Daniel is truly, obviously, he's not the old Daniel, and that could be a part of all this. And we have to remember that Daniel said that her family, including Malaya, right, is why she left, is because they're saying that Daniel had something to do with it, right? So either you consider that a setup, or you consider it that that's truly what they feel, that Daniel had something to do. But what? Why would Daniel have something to do with it? Because if you look at it that way, then who was lying in the morning, right?
I think they'd love to try to pin it on Daniel.
Right.
Whatever
Now,
happened.
But the thing, so it's but that's the weird part here about this, is that, again, like, to me, they're interviewing 54 people or whatever it is, and gave out polygraphs. Well, who? To people that are in the association, and it wouldn't shock me if they did give the bus driver a polygraph as well, and stuff like that. But to me, they were looking within the circle here, to me, of who had involvement. I think, like we talked about a minute ago, that this would be a whole different way of talking about the case if it was an actual random abduction, that for sure this would be turned into maybe an Amber Alert, right? It would have turned into an Amber Alert, bottom line, if they really truly felt it was a random abduction, and they still haven't treated it that way at all. So I see this as a inside job, call it what you want, So then it's trying to make sense of, this timeline. And the bottom line is we don't really truly know what's true about this timeline, because so many times we can hear stuff and it doesn't make sense to us, but once we actually see it unfold, we might realize, well, the timeline was far off of what maybe Malaya said, or closer to the time, and maybe that 8 o'clock isn't the correct thing, because maybe the way that it was projected from the start was 8 o'clock. So why would Malaya tell Belinda 8:30, right? So there's nothing about that starting of the timeline that I think that we can truly believe, because I think that part of this could be the fact that, you know, Daniel said Lily was coming in and out of the room. And I think on that true crime stories, like, he's like, well, how would they know that, you know, what boots? Well, because it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that obviously one of the things you're going to notice is if your kids' boots or shoes are gone. Those are things that would be natural to look at, right? To see if they, like, meaning once you're running around searching, and then instantly you'd be going, well, are their boots missing? Are their jackets missing? You know,
I
so
wondered about the jackets. The jackets have always been a touching point.
Go ahead.
Why didn't they take their jackets? You know, they took their boots. It was 1 degree that morning.
If it was them that took their own boots out, right?
Right.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is that they might have not taken their own boots themselves, right? Maybe they were helped. Maybe, again, to me, this would be a family member that the children would have known, or a friend, family member or friend that's assisting, helping get the kids off the property. What for?
Yeah.
Daniel, what bugs me is when Malaya said, or sorry, when Daniel says, you know, waterfall, blah, 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 blah. You know, Malaya will know what this means when, you know, about the old Daniel back. So does that mean you turned into a real big jerk and your relationship really actually was perhaps more abusive, or something? Like, again, I know that saying myself, like, meaning because I've lived through saying that saying, right? So I have a good eye at what that saying actually means and when you would use that. And it's usually because somebody has changed, that the actual them that they are now is different. Like I said, my husband, but my husband's not this big, you know, jerk off abuser or anything like that. But my husband was a lot more before. Anyways, I won't say that, but just meaning I know the difference. My husband's a young grasshopper still. People get complacent, and, you know, things can easily change. Kids come involved in it, you know, and usually it's because either the person changed maybe a little bit or a lot bit. So how much of a lot bit by chance did Daniel change? And is that why maybe this started out as something that wasn't meant to turn out like this? And it turned out to this bigger case scenario. But I would think by now, if that was the case, that instantly the truth would have come out about, you know what, I was planning on leaving Daniel, you know, I was just trying to get the kids off the property, and trying to do it that way, right? But I think that would have come out by now if that was the case. Do you?
I think so.
Yeah. So because I can't see them not coming clean. If this was supposed to be some sort of way of Malaya leaving Daniel and, you know, taking Meadow, you know, that, like, do you really need to abduct your own kids and hide them?
I just don't think so, especially when, I mean, Meadow's his, but the other two aren't, and like, it just, it doesn't make sense to put yourself in that, and unless they were that naive and didn't know how severe that would be.
Well, that's the thing, is that because logically you're going to think, well, no one's going to be that big of an idiot to do that. But yes, there are lots of idiots that do stuff like this. So that's why it's hard, because, you know, in true crime that these weird cases exist, that people do the dumbest shit for these dumb reasons. It's no different than Carly Russell abducting herself, calling the police that she's going down the highway, freeway there, and that there's a 2-year-old toddler. And
Yeah, that's
and
bizarre.
right. But people do this weird shit. But it's a matter of, would it go on for this long if this was kind of like I'm going to get away from Daniel and type of thing, and I'm going to do this, but I can't see that without it being sooner, right? Like you would think nobody wants to put themselves in prison and shit like that, you would think, over faking a child's abduction and stuff like that. But I don't know. That's what makes you always think past and out of the box all the time, because these people out there with warped ass thinking do exist, for weird ass reasons, whether it's because they're going through some sort of mental health issues, or they got a third person talking to their brain cells, right? You never know, but these things do exist. So that's why it's hard to sometimes tone it down into certain criterias only, even though lots of times it falls within that. But because true crime, that these weird, weird stories do happen, and people do the damnedest shit for the damnedest reasons, especially when it comes to love. But he uses that term, like the old Daniel back. So that tells me there's something about the old Daniel that even he knows that he could have been being a better person.
I would love to hear his ex-wife's perspective on him.
Absolutely.
And what was the downfall of their relationship? What made theirs deteriorate the way? Because it wasn't very long. They weren't married that long.
I can't remember why my brain keeps thinking about this, but I don't remember if it was Belinda that told me, because that's the only person I could think of that would have said this to me, but I could be totally wrong, so don't state it as fact, or even that Belinda told me this. But I just thought I remember that that Cindy's mom, no, I don't even think it was Belinda, but that Cindy's mom really, no. Hold on, I got to think about this in my head for a second.
Didn't she raise Malaya somewhat?
Just trying to think of, I think Cindy's mom, no, it's not Cindy's mom, couldn't be. There's something about, I think, the relationship with Christy and Daniel, that I think Christy's mom really, I can't even say it because I can't remember it properly, so might as well not even say it.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's
can't remember it properly. That's fair. Yeah. But there was something else I was going to say. Okay. So you guys know the other day too, that we put out, some message. Actually, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do first. Okay. So I really want you guys to see this. So I don't care myself. Nope. We're not going to be that one. We're going to remove that one. I don't want to bring that one up yet. Images. Okay. So Daniel was born July 25th. Okay. He's out of the Cancers because he's July 25th. So he's a Leo.
Yes.
Leo the lion. So I find that ironic though. Lion Leo, right? Because then the lion is the, right there you see, represented by the lion. You can take that any which way you want. Lion or lion.
Or Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz.
Right. Now, so I want to say this because anyone that understands the zodiac, or at least the gist of the zodiac, you guys pretty much probably resonate a lot with your zodiac sign. If you're even into reading your zodiac, but now females and males can be totally different. Me and my husband are both Cancers, right? So although we're so similar in a lot of ways, there's things about his manly Cancer that I don't like. He's way more stubborn than I am, but I've learned that as well, right? Because I'm 21 years older than my husband, so obviously I got experience behind me as well. But my husband, There's certain, like, we have very similar traits and our hearts, and that's why we connected, okay? But a male can be different than a female, absolutely. Now, you guys, this isn't about going into any heebie-jeebie freaking psychic stuff, okay? So calm your pants if you're not into that stuff. This is simply about zodiac signs. So usually in the newspaper, zodiac signs, I just kind of give you a daily thing. But usually zodiac signs will give you the gist of somebody's personality. Meaning, whenever a psychic asks you for the birthday, right? Okay, trust me when I say this, because they know the zodiac sign. So a lot of them are going to play off that shit. That's why, to me, a psychic should never ask you your birth sign, because instantly it's very telling, because most people that are in this sign are going to relate to this.
Bingo, Sunny. Bingo. You're perfectly on point.
So let's talk about Daniel, what we've been saying about Daniel in a sense, right? That he's coming off very self-absorbed, almost to the point of arrogant, almost to the point of narcissistic a bit, telling how great he is. Good, Daniel, you ran into the water. You were coughing that your throat hurt. Daniel, that you almost died and impaled yourself twice. Okay, so let's look at this. A male born on July 25th would be a Leo. Leo is the fifth sign to the zodiac. That part probably doesn't matter to a lot of people. Leos are known for their confidence, generous, and warm-hearted nature. Confident, so for me, no matter what, there's confidence, right? But narcissists are about insecurities if it's a true narcissist, okay? That's somebody that literally is very insecure and has to put on a front. That's not what I'm so much talking about here. Could be a narcissist somewhat, because that's how it's portrayed. But anyways, so think about those messages of Daniel's between Daniel and Charmaine. So here's a more detailed look at the Leo traits. Leadership. Leos are natural leaders, often taking charge and inspiring others. So who's out there right now taking charge of Jack and Lily, right? He's not hiding. He's coming full force. And they possess a strong charisma and are known for their self-assuredness and the ability to command attention. Does anyone think that Daniel lacks self-assuredness? Because I don't. Do you? Krista?
No, well, whether it's real or not, yes, he's very open.
Right. Warmth and generosity. Leos are often generous, kind-hearted, and warm-hearted individuals. Okay? Showmanship. They enjoy being in the spotlight and have they enjoy being in the spotlight and have a natural flair for showmanship and drama. You think getting impaled and running over rocks and he could have died twice? Think that falls into that category a little bit?
Drama.
Okay. Now,
this is the one I believe.
Go ahead. Read it.
Loyalty. Leos are fiercely loyal to their friends and loved ones. That is him.
Yes. And
unfortunately, that's what's going to take him down.
You know what? I'm the same way as a Cancer. So I'm the same way. Is my loyalty to my friends, and it, like, sometimes it's a downfall, to be honest with you. I don't feel like it is, or it should be, but I am I will stand up when I think something is wrong. I don't give a shit who you are. If somebody's doing you wrong and I'm watching it, I'm going to pipe my mouth up, right? So when it comes to my friends, right, I am very picky on my friends and I'm very loyal, but you burn me and your ass is so far-fetched, from me now, I've kicked you to the curb. You lied to me. You abuse my kindness and my trust. You are gone out of my life. That's how fast you're gone, right? Same thing happened with my co-host, Aspen Connor. He did me wrong and he doesn't see it. He's a Cancer as well, but he did me wrong when it came to the Delphi case. So after that, I never spoke to him again because I was done. You crossed my line, right? I gave you chances to, whatever, and he was too busy kissing ass to freaking, to what are those things called? Documentaries, and talking with people that he always talked about behind their backs on the channel, right? Other creators. And he did me wrong. We were covering the Delphi case, guys, right? The case we've been covering for like 4 years. Everybody else is doing lives. Aspen goes down to Delphi, right? We've been waiting for this case to happen. Guess who didn't do lives? Guess who was really the only person that didn't do lives? Come to find out, because he was too busy sippy and kissing ass, right? Bottom line is, out of my life. That's not how you treat a friend. That's not what you do to somebody after 4 years. So do you honestly think that I'm going to forgive you? Hell no. Hell no. That is such disrespect. I would never do that. So I was disappointed, but you know what? I never spoke another word to him because again, people come into your life, a reason, a season, or a lifetime. They come into your life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. Obviously, that was a reason and then gone, okay? So you never mess with a Cancer when it comes to friendship. And that's what I see here as well. Fiercely loyal to your loved ones, your family. And anyone that's a Cancer knows that too. Creative. They often are strong creative side and are drawn to artistic pursuits. Don't know much about his creative side. Could be there. I don't know. That might apply to him, might not. Not everything is generalized. Remember, most people will fall and go, yeah, that's me. I'm Leo's a generous, kind-hearted, and warm. Leos are loyal and friends. Yep. You got the smugness. They may not admit to that themselves. Now, need for attention. What does that say, Krista?
That says Leos thrive on attention and need to be admired and appreciated. Definitely.
Yep. For their yes, Leos thrive on attention and need to be admired and appreciated. Hence why I've done this, I've done that, I've done this, right? Again, he's really just falling into his own traits. So this is what I want to give you guys a thing to ponder about a little bit, is because this is probably why we're seeing those messages as they are. He's a Leo. That's the personality traits. They're going to fall generally within that scope. And like I said, everyone that reads their scope or knows their scope, you're just kind of like, yeah. Just like if I made my Cancer one, I'm like, hell yeah to the no. Yeah. And so strengths. Leos are known for their strength, confidence, and courage. So his strength, running through that water. His confidence, doesn't matter if that rock's in the way and I get impaled by a freaking shark or a freaking crocodile while I'm in there. I got the courage of a lion. So that's what he is.
Oh my.
Yeah. So understand now, when you look at Daniel's text, he's really only matching his personality traits, that are going on here. So this is where, with me, now that I looked up the Leo and the male Leo and was like, his messages are clearly in this type of format. They're braggadocious. Remember, they're confident, to the point that you almost consider it narcissistic, because
definitely. Yes.
yeah. Because when people are narcissistic, it's like, God damn, I'm good. God dang, I don't think that he's going like, God damn, I'm looking in the mirror at myself. Daniel, you're so fine. I don't think he's doing that, but I don't think he lacks confidence. But a lot of times this stuff stems from insecurities in the first place, right? Because most people are insecure. But then there's some that, like, usually the most egotistical ones, like, are the ones that have insecurity problems. It's kind of like when you guys see those beef eaters from the gym, right? And I've said this to quite a few of them straight out. You're insecure about yourself, aren't you? And they always have an answer about insecurity, that they did it because they weren't maybe the best looking person. So they built their muscles up, right? It was amazing how many gym enthusiasts, the men, admitted to that, actually. And I was like, I know, because I'm psychic. Now, I'm intuitive, definitely. But anyways, and narcissists are very convincing. Well, but I wouldn't see. I don't really think of him as a narcissist. I have a friend that I played RuneScape with. Okay, no offense, nothing to look at, but he was my best friend. But he showed me a picture of him, and I called him Oreo because I knew he was half black and half white. So I called him Oreo, and his name throughout all of RuneScape. I'm not even kidding you guys. He had that, like, so my name was always XX underscore Sunny XX underscore XX. His name was XX underscore Oreo XX. So he took on that name, right? I'm not kidding you. The man created in his own group, he created people that had names that were called Oreo Baby, Oreo Mother, or Oreo Papa, like a whole freaking, it made me so proud because I'm the one that gave him the name Oreo, and then he just used it. But anyways, okay. Now, no offense, because not every child is born decent looking. Some of them grow into their looks later on in life. So when people say that, oh, all little kids are are cute, that's just a damn right lie. There's really ugly babies out there. But what are you going to say? Hey, you had an ugly baby? No, of course you're going to lie, right? Oh, he's so cute. She's so cute.
My youngest looked like ET for the first 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, my kid had a big noggin, more brains than body. I tell you that down there.
He was adorable after that, but he was quite alien-esque when he was first born.
But so my point there was not one might rate him like a 3, possibly a 2. Okay, but he was my best buddy, and he was a Leo, and he was full of this confidence that I thought to myself, you got a lot of confidence for not having looks, like he reminded me really of Daniel in that way. Because I think back to him, like I said, get freaking Advast is popping up in front of my screen. Go away. But anyways, his personality reminded me of this. He had all this confidence. And I'm like, because usually people that don't think like he was the first one to say, like, don't laugh at my pick. I promised him I wouldn't. I wanted to so badly because I was not expecting this big afro-haired dude, at all. Not by his voice. Okay. Not by his voice. So, but anyways, I didn't care at all. He was my friend, but he said, like, he's the one that actually said, like, don't judge me on my looks. And I was like, dude, I don't really care. Again, I look for the person inside of the heart, the heart inside of a person. But yeah, he was like, so yeah, it was, but so once I seen him, I was like, dude, you got a lot of attitude, you like a lot of confidence and stuff like that. So that's kind of like, I see Daniel. I don't think Daniel's sitting there going, woo, I'm a 10, girls. I'm a perfect 10 over here. I just think that's his personality, that he got these traits, just like any zodiac sign, that he, is not afraid to take the lead. He's not afraid he doesn't lack attention. He doesn't lack any. So I'm trying to reference that to the messages. So if you look at it from that angle, then maybe he's not this blame Malaya. He kind of is still, for sure. But have it seen from a different light. Does that make sense? Did I make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Probably long-winded makes sense, though. Now, did you have anything to say about this before we go over to Malaya's Pisces sign?
No, it pretty much aligns.
Okay. So now let's go over to Pisces. Now, Pisces, okay, how do I explain this one? Okay.
Is Malaya Pisces?
She's a Pisces.
I didn't know that.
Yep. She was born February 23rd, 1998.
Okay.
So hold on. So image file. Oh, okay. So just to show you that, let me go to something else. Oh, shoot, I had it open. Let me just go to it again. Okay. Yeah, I gotta. Okay, get off there. Why is my thing acting strange? Whoops, hide these cards. Hide these cards. Okay. Let me go to Okay, I'm gonna log into my Instagram. Mm-hmm. Hell no to the no, 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 no. Oh, happy to see my son there. Want to see my son quickly? Do you?
Sure.
Okay, since you asked.
You can flash your son for everybody to see.
Since you asked. Share screen. Shh. My son.
Sunny's
Honestly,
son.
that's my son. That's my son, Matty Brady. Yeah, you need to treat your mother better, son. Telling you. Duh, my little pot of gold. Anyways, he always hated smiling, by the way. Every time that we took a picture, he was always like, I'm not kidding. Anyway, that's my
He's
son,
a good
Maddie.
looking kid.
You know what? Someone might think he's the ugliest but ugly kid. He's my child. He's my gorgeous little boy. Yep.
Mm.
Okay, now we're going to go to what I wanted to show you. Anyways, so that's the one that I only have one child. He's 28, and that's Matty Brady. And he's the one that made me a grandma on April 14th. Okay, so just to show, whoops, keep going to the wrong thing. Share screen. Instagram. Okay, so this is Malaya's Instagram from 2016, most of it. Okay, 517 weeks ago. Anyways, so this is Malaya's Instagram here. You guys can take a look yourself. But so just to show you guys right here. Okay, so that's Malaya's picture. I don't know what they meant to take this out or not, but anyways, right here is her birthday, February 23rd, 1998. Okay, you guys can see that, right? Okay, yeah, can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, she's a Pisces. What happened to us? Oh, I found us again. Okay, so that's just on the Instagram. Of course, then you got those little tards out there. See, this is what I'm talking about, though. Let me see if I can find one right at the start. Okay. Obviously, didn't help your vision. Where are your babies? Okay, that one's not too bad. But Christy Lamadrina, may you live eternal misery for what you allowed to happen to the innocent babies. You were responsible. That's what I'm talking about, people.
That's not right.
Grow the
totally
F up.
not right.
Literally grow the F up. For people, if anyone's watching right now and you guys do this crap, seriously, adult up and grow up. That is so ignorant to go to somebody's personal pages, literally, and sit there and accuse somebody and say, "Oh, you're responsible for this." Okay, you don't.
Especially when the rule of law hasn't been played out yet, and we still live in a society where you're innocent until proven guilty, and we can speculate, but to outright blame her and accuse her and threaten her is horrible.
That's an actual nicer one. People, they literally will sit there and go tell you to knife yourself. I'm not kidding.
The police should go after that because there's nothing.
Oh, well, that's just
that should be harassment. That should be threats. That should.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's uncalled for.
My husband took his brother to the British store to buy a bunch of chocolates from the UK. And he got me a pot noodle, chicken and mushroom. My husband knows me. He doesn't like mushrooms. So I barely eat them anymore. But he's like, "Honey, I got you this." He's like, "As for these drinks right here, I'll give you one sip when I open it. Other than that, don't touch." I said, "How much did you spend on this stuff right here?" Okay, think of this just naturally, it would be about $40-50 tops, right? If it wasn't from UK. Nope, $130 for that little patch of candies. It might last him a couple days, maybe 3 to be tops. Because when I asked him, I said, "Well, how much did you spend?" And he goes, "Enough." I'm like, "Husband," I'm like, as if I give a shit. "Husband, how much?" He's a big kid. He's like, "Enough." And I'm like, "Husband, how much did you spend?" He's like, "I think think it was 130. I'm like, holy shit, 130. When I seen what he brought back, I was like, you paid $130 for all just that? I was like, because it's expensive. By the time you import, right? So here
Yeah.
you're looking at a chocolate bar product, and it will say 79p on it, right? And yet the price that they paid was like $6.99 or $5.99. You guys
Right.
from UK know? Okay. So, anyways, so that's her Instagram. Okay, she doesn't use it. It's an old account that she's doesn't seem to use anymore, and that's where I showed you from people from lives before. That's how I knew her age, because I saw it on Plunder, and then I knew that it was on Instagram. So I went over there and was like, let me just go take a little looky for myself over there. But anyways, to leave nasty shit like that on people's Facebooks and Instagrams or whatever, just no. Come on now. Come on. If you want to blast somebody, go into a live chat and whatever and stuff like that, or blast it in the Facebook groups where it belongs, but not on their personal stuff, especially when you cannot prove that she had anything to do with anything at all. Even though
Yep.
I get it, if you want to say like both of them, obviously something happening, were careless, perhaps, if it turns out to be, an abduction, then, obviously then would be negligence there, but still not feeling that one. But if it was, just be a little kinder. Okay. Now let's go to Malaya's image file. Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. You guys don't forget to hit that like, please. Okay, so let's start off with this. So I do have to say this. Okay? This is my disclaimer. I have an older sister that anyone that's a regular here knows I call her Satan, because if you want to talk about a female version of Donald Trump, that's my older sister. I call her Satan. People know that I call her that name. Her real name is Paula. Okay? I feel like Paula is the total opposite of everything that I would want in a friend. And what I don't care. Paula, if you ever see this live, you can still kiss my ass all these years later. Don't care. She is evil. She's mean. She's narcissistic. And she's vicious is what she is. Okay? Call a spade there, Paula. But anyways, I call her Satan. She's a Pisces, however. Now, saying that, sometimes there's these exceptions to the rules. Right, Mrs. Snake?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So sometimes there's these exceptions to the rules. My mom was born March 15th. She's also a Pisces. Uh-huh. So, I have to...
My mother's also a Pisces.
Who's a one?
My mother.
Now, yeah, and we get along with Libras and Pisces extremely well. So I know a lot of Pisces females and Libras, and they're the ones that seem to attach. Like, we all kind of seem to attach to each other, this group of the Pisces and Libras especially. And it's because it's the caring, it's because we imbue the same type of qualities. And that's kind of, we can be feisty and we can be this, but we're empathic, intuitive and different things. And that's why we seem to find each other like leeches, right? So Malaya is a Pisces. Common Pisces women characteristics include a strong sense of empathy and compassion. A lot of people don't have empathy, right? There's a difference between sympathy and empathy. Sympathy is like, oh, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Empathy is understanding and almost like feeling the same way that they are. And you're truly invested in not just kind of, giving it a simple thing of, oh, I'm so sorry. And you're not really showing that deep level of care. Empathy's more of a deeper level. I don't know. That's the best way I can explain it at this moment. Highly creative and imaginative. Wow, we know she's into Wiccan. I'm sure she is creative. You see her doing stuff with her kids in some of the pictures, buying them the little tin soldier or the nutcrackers and the ornaments for Christmas, right?
Mhm.
So again, I have to look at everything because honestly, the traits of Daniel and then the traits of Malaya that they commonly will fall into. A tendency to daydream or become lost in thought.
I
Problem
can
with,
see that about her.
yes, me too. A love of beauty, art, and nature. Okay, so let's take that down, remove, and then we'll bring uh, this one. So strengths, empathy. Pisces women have a powerful ability to feel others' emotions. You know what I'm talking about? That's what I'm talking about, right? That's why Pisces and Cancers get along because there's certain signs that just truly imbue, the very similar characteristics. You're never going to put a Taurus man in mine. I'll tell you that much. Taurus. Oh, Tauruses are another one. Females, we can get along with, but Libra and Pisces, to me, being the strongest two. So they're the ones you turn to when you need comfort and understanding. Same as a Cancer. And I'm not sure about Libra. I'm sure Libra would agree as well. From painting to poetry to music and dance, Pisces women often express themselves through art. Exactly. Just like a Cancer. I don't want to speak for Libra because I'm not a Libra. I'm a Cancer, right? But Libras have very big hearts and, like I said, very similarities. I'm just comparing because, again, I paint, I can write poetry, I can write music. I could dance if I wanted to dance in this chair right now, but I'm not going to. But other than that, it's my way of expressing myself. So when I create tribute videos, that's me wanting to use my creative side because I'm good at using my creative side. Like I said, I got amazing paintings all around where I work that I wouldn't call them amazing, but they keep calling them amazing. And they're pretty darn good, to be honest with you. And it says they can sense things that others miss, whether it's a mood change or lie or someone's unspoken feelings. You understand? I see. I don't know how my sister made it into this freaking Pisces world, honestly, because she does not exude that. She thinks she does.
My mother does not either.
Yeah. Dreamy and affectionate, they believe in fairy tale love and often bring magic to their relationships. Hmm. Weakness, let's see, oversensitivity. Their emotional depth can sometimes overwhelm them. Harsh words, emotional rejection, and anything of cruelty, and they are quick to see. You guys might as well just call this the Cancer horoscope right now because that's exactly it, word for word. Harsh. I've even said that without even knowing that this was said for Pisces. Before, before getting abused all the time, anytime someone said a word to me that I thought was mean or cruel, freaking my eyes would well up with water. I'd have to turn around and I'd start crying like a little baby. I did. So she's living in my world, this the Pisces person, or I'm living in their world, one of the two. When life feels too harsh, Pisces may retreat in her own world and avoid reality altogether. Could be the case that's going on here. Same thing. Cancers retreat in their shells. When things get overwhelming, you guys won't see me do a live because I don't feel like it because I just want to hide, lie in bed, and just rest and stay away from the real world of reality. I have those moments. Indecisiveness. They're gentle, go with the flow. Natural. Sounds like me again. Anyways, so if you look at Malaya from this standpoint, right? And I'm thinking about the heart that she left on Belinda's Facebook. You know, bottom line is, and I'll tell you this now. Now, I don't know anything about postpartum depression and mechanical imbalances up there, but I can tell you that signs like this one in mine, that as we get older, especially, we have to be very careful of mental health issues because we hurt so deep, because we care so deep, because like my husband, right? My husband's a great man, right? Love him to pieces. But anytime this little jerky man comes out of there, I'm like, hey, you get back to being that Cancer, that Cancer male, right? And it's because in my world, everything's always about just loving each other, respecting each other, no attitude, just whatever type of thing. But you'll hurt me to the so when my husband's doing something different in my heart, it's hurting my heart to the core, because I only believe in a few things, right? That you're on this life and it's up to you to either make the worst of it or the best of it. That's your free will choice. But I was built in this life to not only help people, but to love the best and the most I could for my family, for my husband, for my son, except for Satan. I loved her, don't get me wrong. But after so many times of someone like crossing that barrier over and over and over again, at what point do you have to boot out the venom? This, no offense, the snake, right? You gotta get rid of that venom because they're no good for your life, you know? But you know what I'm saying? So Malaya could very well be a very deep empath. And she, like me, I struggle with the cruel world. I struggle if I'm not being loved the way that I feel like I'm wanting. I want my Prince Charming. My husband, like I said, he's a good man, but when he goes off track a little bit, not to say I don't, but he does more so. Okay. Just sorry, Mama Bear, if you're watching this, but he does. Right. And it's because I got 21 years on him to understand that you can say sorry even if you were right, because you just realize stupid little arguments mean nothing and stuff like that. But it's kind of like always in my head. Okay, I'm the dreamer, the one that believes that you just, yeah, love. No, 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 no. You don't art. We don't. We just be nice and love each other. And what do you mean you're changing? What do you mean? You know, you're saying things that you don't normally use to say. What do you mean? You know, so I don't understand the change. I'm like, no, no, no. Get your ass back to the person that I met, that got off that plane. Get back to that stuff, right? And cause I don't want to. I'm not trying to diss my husband at all, because I'm not no fucking perfect butterfly or sunflower or whatever. But I'm just saying, I live for love, and I live for family, and I live like my friends mean a lot to me, unless you burn me. And I live for the fact of helping others. So if you start taking that away from me, I start getting depressed, right? And the more that I stay within my own thoughts, the more I'm depressed. So where Malaya was living, she's living in this freaking place on Booney Land there. Nobody around. You know, you got 3 kids. You have some sort of depression going on after Meadow and stuff like that. So maybe she wanted out of the relationship. Maybe she did. I don't know why she marked herself as single and then left herself connected to Daniel, however. Anyways, that's kind of, so my thing is this. I'm just trying to bring you guys a thought and anything that when you're looking at Malaya's, you know, how she's acting, and if you feel like she's feeling no emotion, just always put that little extra thought into it. Like, oh, now that I know she's a Pisces, I can understand maybe she is coming across, you know, this certain way. I mean, you wouldn't kind of think Pisces would imbue that interview, but we don't know. I don't know what postpartum is. What about you? What about your
I
thoughts
don't
on
either.
this?
I've never had postpartum. I'm not familiar with it. I know it's real. I've seen the effects of it. So,
Yeah.
but I've lucked out. I've not had to deal with it on my own.
So you said your mom was a Pisces too, right?
Hmm.
And is she still alive?
Yes, we're estranged.
Okay, tell
She
us
lives
about
in
it then.
Langley.
Tell us all about it then. Tell me about your mother's characteristics, if you don't mind.
She's in the clouds. She's in the world of her own. She is very selfish, very self-centered.
Oh,
Yeah, she's deep. She's a whole other. She could be a 5-hour podcast on her own,
so
weekly.
so growing up as a child, growing up, how do you feel like, how was your mother? Like, was she loving? Was she like, just tell me about a little bit about you growing up with her.
My story's deep because I won't go into it. It's
Yeah.
pretty tragic. But she was not there.
Okay.
at all. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
This is so. Anyways, that part of it, and for anyone that is, does everyone want to watch that clip again? I do. I do. That's all that matters at this moment. That I do. Yes, I did, Ben. Yeah. How'd you know, Ben? How'd you know? Was it in the chat? Did anybody else have problems with StreamYard? Google it. It will tell you to Google it. Will tell you postpartum. I can Google. I know I can Google. You know, but never gonna listen to a man tell me about postpartum. I'll tell you that much for sure. There's that fiery smell a little bit.
We had it here too. We had smoke here in the New Brunswick area. I could smell it when I was driving home from work.
Yeah, that's what I was smelling the other day. I thought it was my hair that got caught in one of those neck fans, and I thought it was more that. And then I kept smelling it just a little hint of it, almost as if you're having a fire, you know?
Right.
That's what I kind of thought. Okay. To be honest, I quite like this interview. It's one of my favorite ones, I would say, with Daniel. So my question again, though a little bit, Krista, is, are we just wrong? Right? We could be just wrong in our assumptions.
Oh, absolutely.
In our speculations. Maybe, you know, both cell phones were taken. So, and devices, okay? So, was that just recent, some of that devices? Or was that them basically like, you know, in that posting? And it said,
I think they may have taken them a second time to see if there was any action after the fact, thinking that they were scot-free.
Of course, I agree with Sunny too. Absolutely. Okay, let's watch it again, guys. Okay.
Jack were last seen in May, and since then, investigators say they've chased down every lead. RCMP confirmed they've spoken with 54 people, conducted polygraph tests, and have received close to 500 tips. But yet, there's still no sign of the siblings. Jack and Lily's stepfather says he was the first to volunteer for a polygraph, hopeful it would help the search and ease public speculation.
I know it would be a big help in the case and kind of narrow down maybe some of the speculations and just provide more evidence.
Daniel Martell says during the polygraph test, he was asked several things, including whether or not he was involved in the disappearance of the children. He says both his cell phone and that of his estranged wife were confiscated and searched by investigators. This and weeks of interviews, there still hasn't been a major break in the case. And for their stepfather, the silence inside the once busy home is deafening.
Going from a family of 7 to just me, I mean, I have nothing but time to just think.
RCMP insists this is still very much an active investigation. They're reviewing surveillance footage and following digital evidence. But the emotional toll has already left its mark on Martell, including the loss of custody of his daughter, Meadow.
I haven't even got to see my own kids, not even Meadow yet. But I'm still hopeful. I have supervised visits coming up that are granted by CPS.
The children's stepfather says he's grateful to the investigators and to people who continue to share tips, even if none have yet led to finding Jack and Lily. Until then, over a month later, the family continues to remain hopeful that the children will return home safe. Todd?
Right, House of RF in.
1 second here. Okay. Oh, hey, she popped out. Okay, let's see. Let me just say hi. Let's see here. There's someone in chat that's messaging me, and you know who you are. And I don't think it's too bad if I say a first name because everyone can have these names, but maybe not. But anyways, I'll say it anyway. So there's a person in chat that's messaging me. That's Lauren. I'll just say Lauren, okay? She says she's an astrologer, and I'd be happy to come on a live and break down the birth charts of Daniel and Malaya. I just looked them up, and it's kind of fascinating. Okay. So, Lauren, sorry, my bad. If you're watching right now as we're talking, can you send me an email? And if you're talking about coming on the live like right now, because I'm up for it. I got nothing better to do. If you want to do a chart read, birth charts. So just send me an email right now and I'll send you a link for the live. Okay. And as for Krista, well, she bounced or she got disconnected like she did earlier. So if you are watching right now, like I said, just send me an email and I'll send you a link back that you can join us. Krista says her battery died and it took a minute to boot back up. Ah, there she is. Okay. Perfect. Oh, okay. So I'll send you the link back to this. I'll send you the link to your message that I'm looking at. So you don't need to send me one at the moment then. Copy StreamYard. Appreciate that. I am down for that for sure. Just got to log into my email here. Oh, okay. Okay, well, maybe that's perfect timing. Krista says she's going to head to bed because it's a 4-hour difference. And she says to say goodnight to all you guys. Okay, so maybe that's perfect timing there, Krista. Love you. Thank you so much for doing that. And I'm just going to get ready to email. Did I go into my right here? Okay. And send the link. And StreamYard. Okie dokie. Okay. One sec, guys. Did any of you guys watch Julie, whatever her name is? Julie Slovnovic. Okay. She had some interesting messages, but I've kind of found some of them bullshit for sure. Slovnovic. Anyways, and I was told this by a couple people. Yeah, I will absolutely situate. No problem. Thank you, Lauren. Is 1 second. Hold on. Is just saying goodnight to Krista. And thank you guys so much. But anyways, so did you guys watch that? Okay, no, Lily. Okay, Lily. Just between me, you, and the universe. I can't stand watching her either, okay? Shh. Don't tell her I said that aloud. But if I have to watch that for a freaking hour of this shit, ain't happening. That's why I use the 2 times speed to the part that I want to watch. Now, no offense, Julie. Just saying. Not my thing. Okay? Not my thing for 2 hours watching that. But I did watch the part that I wanted to. So thank you for the information. Okay. Did I get 15K? You guys, did we get 15K together? let's take a look. Guess I should go take a look. I know I was 5 away before we started the live. Sloan Bella is live. Sloan, you're live, but you never answered me back. Wait, who's she talking about? Hold on. Let me just take a listen. Yeah, I don't think she's doing anything on you guys, she's Sloan's live. Go in there and spam her chat. Stay in here too. Go in there and spam her chat and say Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack, please. Okay. I sent her the birth things because she said she didn't do the birth chart. Anyways, let me go back to my own stuff here. Sunny, YouTube studio. Let's take a boo. Let's take a boo. You guys, thank you guys so much. Yay! Thank you guys. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. You know, it's been a minute because, like I said, I don't really push the channel. Don't really do a lot of, yeah, I tag it in Facebook and whatever. But when it comes to like Twitter, I put it on and stuff like that. Right. I could push the channel a lot more than, let's just say, I do on there. But anyways, hold on. Let's take a lookie. Okay. Where are you? All right. All right. Can we see it? There we go. Thanks to you guys. Do we do a virtual party? Hold on. Hold on. One sec. Do I have that one still up here? Okay. I do. You guys. Okay? And then you guys will know what this is. Okay. So consider this as I'm playing this, but this is like my little funny video that I made. So remember I told you guys when I was starting YouTube, I was getting called a drunk, right? If I had a drink at all on a live, which is rare. Have you guys even seen me have one in my hand? Honestly? Yeah, sure. A lot of alcohol and Diet Pepsi. Anyways, so I made a video making fun of myself because people were trying to, about being psychic and whatever, right? Sitting there saying I said I was psychic and stuff like that. So I made this video to basically say, kiss my ass. So to those people, you guys can still kiss my ass. But to you people, hopefully you'll see, thank you so much, because it's because of you guys. So this is what I so much appreciate, is that it takes an army to, bring awareness to cases and to do stuff. So I, like I said, like to joke all the time, and I'm very sarcastic at certain things. So I remember making this video for this one guy that was totally trashing the channel. So I put out a shit video with an airplane dropping shit bombs, as if I was, and I showed it as I was going over to his channel. So take this with a grain of salt, because this is when people were slagging me back in the earlier days of Delphi case. Okay. So this will be the celebration one. Okay. 1 second. All right. So get ready for, okay. So this is an intermission thing, guys. But anyway, thank you. It's the only funniest one I have. So, my bad. So that was my, for all the channels that were, like I said, like calling us names and stuff like that, or stuff, back in the Delphi case. That was my, basically, don't care. You ain't us, or whatever. You hate us because you ain't us. Anyways, so thank you guys on. I know, right? Jason Momoa, right? But anyways, because I was getting called a drunk, that I said I was a psychic on top of that, and yeah, and then I was crazy. I was crazy. Yeah, you want to see this crazy? Nah, I'm not crazy. Crazy in love, perhaps, but that's about it. Anyways, so again, thank you guys so much for bringing this channel over 15,000. The reason why it does truly mean a lot, honestly, from my heart, always, it's just simply because the more the channel grows, the more awareness it can bring, to cases and stuff like that. And because I know that this channel is just a straightforward, honest information channel, besides talking about speculation, that's why I appreciate that, because people that know us, follow us, and all that stuff that help the channel grow, it warms my heart for that reason, that we can do that as everyone, because it's not just like I have a channel, sure, right? But again, when you watch a channel, at least for me, I like to watch just down to earth, good-hearted people that are behind the channels that I watch myself. Sometimes I'm forced to watch some other ones just for the sake of maybe a family member's doing an interview or something on a channel that I don't necessarily watch. But anyways, so that's the purpose. So thank you guys so much. I love this channel. Plus, it's a great channel, right, Drippy? Drippy, I did see your thing, your request. I just couldn't figure out how to get there. It said something like, I think it said something like you wanted to join It's a Crime and Chain page. I'll have to take a look at that later. Yeah, you want to see crazy? Just ask. So that's always my way, right, of doing something. Or what I would do is I would always make a funny out of it, because to me, kind of like what was happening with like the DD stuff and whatever, I don't actually, for the most part, take it to heart. Sometimes it stings a little bit, because you're like, come on now, really, liar, type of thing. And so usually I take that and I turn it around into a funny video, and it's just basically like, honestly, ask me, I do not care. All I care about is this channel, what we represent here, and people that want to trash us because they ain't us, and stuff like that, right? So anyways, that's always my way of just being lighthearted about it, going, that's the internet for you. So thank you guys again for bringing this channel over 15,000. Even if it goes underneath by the end of the night, we still made it over 15,000. Love the Fox video, your video. Yeah, maybe I'll do another funny one again soon. Thank you guys. Okay, now I just want to check something here, if you guys don't mind, quickly, because now, so don't forget, Lauren will be coming up here. She asked in the email if that she's an astrologer and about birth charts. So if you guys are interested in watching it, then stay along with me. If you're not, well, there's other people that are doing lives and whatever. So it's not everyone's cup of tea. I don't care. I'm open to anything and whatever. And hey, why not? I haven't had somebody, well, I know that Psychic Sleuth does it more so now, but she didn't really do it so much when she was on here. Oh, I think we have a visitor. We have a visitor. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, how are you, Sunny?
Good. Now, your mic is low, so let me just hold on, boost us up here. Let's see if that's better. Can you say something again?
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. I'm going to boost you up a little bit more. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's see here. Edit mics. Okay. Let's see if this brings it up. Okay. Go ahead again.
Hey, hello, hello.
I think.
Is that better?
Yeah. So, in saying that,
I do have a wireless mic.
Don't worry about it. You're sounding fine. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't sounding too far off in the distance there.
Oh, okay, cool. If I'm looking down, I'm looking up the charts. So
Okay,
I'm listening and looking.
No, absolutely. So, Lauren, go ahead. Tell everybody about yourself, what you do.
My name is Astro by Lauren McBride. I'm an astrologer. I've been an astrologer since 2012, so I'm a professional astrologer. And yeah, I just thought I would hop on here. Normally, I really do like reality TV stars and stuff like that because I just do not. I do cards too, but I do not want to pull for true crime. I can't do it. But I've been very
Yeah.
interested in this case. And once it came up, once you said those birthdays, I was like, oh, I'm on it. I'm on it. And so I was like, let me go on there and just explain to them a little bit about it. And it also might help you all understand astrology. Everything you said, so I've been listening to It's a Criming Shame for this case only.
Okay.
And I will say, I'll try to stay focused, but I will say, that whole deception detective thing was insane. And like, he really revealed his unhingedness from the way that he came at this channel.
Yeah.
And so you
I
guys
agree.
handled it really, really well. Yeah. I mean, cause I'm new to the true crime YouTube land. And I was like, wow, y'all have everybody beat. Cause it's, I was like, it's really serious out here. But anyway, so you are totally on track with everything you've been speaking about in terms of psychics and your experiences, and you shared about your nephew
Yeah.
who
Well,
passed away.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
Wait, and are you from Canada or where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Atlanta, Georgia, in the States, but I live in Philadelphia.
And do you
So,
have, okay, welcome. Now, and do you have a YouTube channel?
oh yeah, my YouTube is Astro by Lauren, and the
Okay.
most active you'll find is I do a podcast called Galaxy Grills. So if you go on my YouTube, you'll see the podcast is right there. So if you
Okay.
want to listen to
So
it,
Astro by Lauren. Okay. So
Astro by Lauren.
okay.
Mhm.
So let me just type that in there. Hold on a second. Just
Okay.
want to see if I can pull you up here.
Okay, and I'm gonna put
Yeah.
the charts in. Mm-hmm.
Astro by Lauren. And if I type in Jack and Lily, will that even bring it up? Like, have you talked about Jack and Lily on your channel at all or no?
Oh no! I haven't
Okay.
talked about it at all. It's just
Okay. Oh, I found you. I
oh,
found you.
good.
Okay. So hold on a second here.
Okay.
Stop screen for a second. Sorry, but you know, I have to respect somebody's. I'll always promote somebody's channel. I don't know who
Oh,
you
I
are,
appreciate it.
but I appreciate the fact that you actually. I looked and I was like, sure, I'm down. Share
I
screen.
appreciate you trusting me too. I was like, I know that I don't speak up
Here.
in chat or anything, but yeah, that's me. And my hair did used to be long, I promise, but it's over now. So.
Nah, beautiful.
The 25th. Yeah, so those are just some of my podcasts and stuff down there. Okay, so but
I'm just
okay.
Ben. Oh, hey Ben, look at this. Okay, see Ben. That's my second husband or third or fourth, whatever. Either way, my husband says it's okay that me and Ben have this relationship on. Ben's just a great human. I would always drop him links, he probably said. And then one day I made him force him to take the wrench. But anyways, so he beat me.
Mm-hmm.
I was right behind you. And so that's so you guys, that's Astro by Lauren's channel. So please
thank you.
Subscribe, give her support, give her some love. Thank you so much for joining us. So you go ahead and take it away.
Oh yeah. So I love doing reads of public figures. Like I said, I usually do not true crime, reality TV. Mm-hmm. And when you do astrology on people, it can really give a lot of insight. So I know that you all are you have a community that's very intuitive. Like I said, I've been reading. Everybody's completely on track, but when you know about the actual inner workings of astrology, it'll make even more sense to everything. So the thing is that everybody has their sign, their sun sign, but they also have a combination of all the other signs. I'll try to explain this like as plain as I can. But it's called the astrological signature. So it's the sun, moon, and rising. So those are like they're called like the big three. So like I'm a Libra sun, but I have an Aquarius moon, and your moon is like Libra.
Libra's in the house.
Libra's in the house. Your moon is like your emotional attunement, and my moon is in Aquarius. And then your rising sign, and that's the moment that you're born. that is like your representative and how your personality is. So that's how I know you said you have a twin, but that's
Mhm.
how you can have two twins that were born even 3 minutes apart and be completely different people. It's because of the rising sign. So I would say if I had the birth time for Daniel and Malaya, then I would feel confident to tell you, like, I could explain this whole situation. But because I don't have the birth time, I
I
can
do.
just the time, the time of
Oh,
day.
oh, that they were
Oh no,
born.
yeah, we have the date. But even just having the date, it can give a lot of insight. So it can really explain a lot. So we can just
Now,
start with
just so you
Daniel.
know, quickly,
Uh-huh.
Lauren, just so you know, I also know the children's birth dates. Just so you know.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I saw that on Malaya's Facebook. And like I
Yes,
said, I am so when you were describing the psychic thing, that's exactly how it works. So you'll understand when I say that me as a clairvoyant or whatever, I don't care if people believe me or not, because I know what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. And so it's just a matter of, is it the right time and space to say what you know? So people have had to tell me, like, just because you know it doesn't
right.
mean you need to say it. Especially when I was a kid, they were like, yeah, just because you know it doesn't mean you need to say it. And so I was like, I was thinking about offering to do the kids as well, just to give some insight into their personalities. But I think I would have a hard
Yeah.
time because I wouldn't know to speak in past or present tense, and it's just so sad. And they're just,
And honestly, I think
um,
it's at the end of the day, I think the children, like it,
mm,
not Meadow so much, but the children, you
mm,
can already tell their personalities. I think this
yeah.
is more that people want to more even like the children. We can tell who they are, eh? But the
Mhm.
children, Malaya and Daniel, I would love for that.
Okay, excellent. So, okay, so I have Daniel's birthday as August 25th, 1996.
No,
Oh, so no, I'm sorry, I even put it in here wrong. It's
July.
July 25th. Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. No, because when I looked down, I was like, why does this say Virgo? So let me, it's July. Okay.
Yeah. He's Leo.
So me personally, my thoughts on the case, just so you know, my bias is I'm kind of with you on the Sloan Bella thing. And after looking at these charts, I'm not going to go in on anyone allegedly about
Right. Just
anything.
do your
But
thing.
I am going to say that Malaya's chart, it's very Piscean, but that is a very controlled and calculated person. That's all that I can say. Um, Daniel, well, let's start with Daniel because I have Daniel up right here. So
Good.
Daniel is a Leo. He has a moon in Scorpio, and he has I don't know what his rising sign is. So having a sun in Leo and a moon in Scorpio means you're both um, a sun and a you're both a Scorpio and a Leo. So in
Right.
those pictures, you know how you were like saying he looks like
Yeah.
I don't talk on YouTube. What do y'all
That's
call
okay.
them? SKs or whatever.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're.
that
Yeah.
that is the Scorpio attunement. But the other thing is that Scorpio and Leo is what's called squared. So think of the sun and the moon as like the head and the heart. So his head and his heart are always at war. But it's like that, like for so
Right.
you know how you're like, I'm flip flop on Daniel. Daniel flip flops on Daniel every day of his life for his whole life. And it's always gonna be that way for him. So that is like kind of his whole thing. So
Mhm.
but his sun in Leo is going to be stronger than the moon in Scorpio, because so you as a Cancer, the Cancer is ruled by the moon, but the moon receives and it reflects. But the sun, Leo is ruled by the sun. So to have a sun in Leo, that's a strong placement. So that's why we're out here like culverts and like I'm up to my waist and the
Yeah.
alligators and
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is like, it's not just because he's a Leo. It's also, he has what's called Mercury. Mercury is how you communicate. Is also in Leo. So a lot of times people have their Mercury in the sign before or after their own sign. So you, for example, Sunny, are a Cancer. I
Mhm.
believe that you probably have Mercury in Leo because you're on YouTube holding court every day or whatever. I know it's not always like this, but that's like, whereas like Cancer is very introverted and just like wouldn't do it, like just wouldn't do it, just would have all the thoughts and feelings. So
My twin's more the introvert.
more the introvert, yeah, and that could have to do with the rising sign, but I'd have to look. So
It's okay.
okay, so we have somebody that is big, a big talker, okay, big talker, and then has a Scorpio moon, which means like when he's giving those interviews and people are like, oh, he's sending a messages to Malaya and he's being petty, like absolutely, but not because he is like a partner in crime. It's because he's a Scorpio moon. It's like I'm just gonna get
Yeah.
I'm just gonna get in there and I'm just gonna do what I can to get under your skin, which is not much because like he's really no match for Malaya, honestly. If you look at the charts, just in terms of this
Right.
person is ruled by heart and emotion. Okay. And it's not just that, Leo, he also has Mars. So Mars is it's in Gemini though. I thought it was in Cancer. Oh wow. Okay, never mind. I thought he had Mars in Cancer, but it looks like it's in Gemini. So well that just means that the moon in Scorpio rules everything. Okay. So this person is going to, what did they say? Land on their sword or something.
Say that
Like,
again.
what's the saying about like he fell on his sword or something like that? Like this person
Like,
wants
yeah, like whatever, and die on his sword type of thing.
yeah, like this person wants to project this confidence and leadership all the time, but because he's so emotional, it just so imagine like how water. So Leo is fire, and then Scorpio is water. Just imagine how like the water puts out the fire. So any kind of greatness he has, he's like trip up on his feelings and stuff, and he just cannot get over that. And let's see, this person has Venus and Mars in Gemini. So Gemini, Venus and Mars are like your male and feminine principles and what you do and what you love and what you value and different things. They mean different things. And they're both in Gemini, which means I don't think this person is like a cheater or anything, but could get bored very easily. Pokemon collector and YouTuber, absolutely. And I'm with you on that, Sunny, because like I played Pokemon Go for a couple of summers, like in 2016, 17. And those are some of the nicest, kindest people I've ever met in my life. Now, I'm not saying that all Pokemon people are like that, but I think it is telling that that's what he is. But this is not a person. This is not a person. Okay, just like Charmaine was saying, I think y'all are giving him too much credit. Agree. This person is not cold and calculated in any way. He may be trifling, he may be a piece of work, he may be many things, and a tall tale teller, but he's definitely not cold and calculating. So I can kind of leave it.
Who said
at
he
that.
was? Go
ahead.
Who said
Well,
he
meaning
was?
like if he had actually
Oh,
unalived these children and
yeah,
then was just doing like constant
interview.
news
Yeah,
pieces
yeah,
about it,
yeah.
like what kind of sociopath do you need to be
Right.
able to just be in
I
front
know.
of everybody all the time? Like
Yeah.
he's a goofball and a piece of work, but he does not have it in him, to
No,
do to do.
you
I'm
know
just
what?
putting Malays in now. Go ahead.
Yeah, from everything I've seen, like the pictures of him with his ex relationship, and always with the kids in there. Like it's kind of one of those things. Like, I mean, he's obviously meeting the typical traits of the Leo, but
Yes.
and he's coming off a certain way. And
Yes.
now I don't think that he realizes that he is, because it's
No.
almost like, I'm not trying to be braggadocious really, but even though the personality, but I'm just trying to give you this information. Like, I'm just trying to be truthful and a truthologist. And I truly, my heart of hearts, believes that he might not be the smartest freaking, light bulb on that Christmas tree, but I don't think he's a dumbass either. But I
No.
I don't see this controlling person. I see more of a softer person, to be honest with you. And he might be like, look at me, and I did this, and I, ran through the woods with Tarzan and my whip and all that stuff, and I almost died 2 times. And this, now it does come off a bit much because it does seem like he's talking about a lot of stuff that he's doing and stuff. But inside my heart of hearts, again, everyone has our personality traits, and some things stand out, about these traits. But I just feel like in my heart of hearts, he's being truthful.
Mm-hmm. I could agree with that. I mean, I think like a Scorpios can be pretty good. Scorpios can be pretty good liars, but the Scorpio
Yes.
Leo square is like honor, loyalty, and that's what he's really trying to express. But it's really
Right.
coming off extremely
Right.
wrong.
Right.
And that's kind of like, I just don't think that, yeah. And like a Gemini also could be a liar, or they could just be an exaggerator, and he has a lot of Gemini, and that's not mean-spirited energy, Gemini.
Okay. So now, just to be clear on this, he's a Leo, but he's under the moon of Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And he's under the rising sun of Gemini.
Don't know his rising sign.
Oh, right.
But his but
his
Mars and Venus are both in Gemini. So Mars is how he expresses himself as a man. It's about like anger and control and that kind of thing. And he just does not have Scorpio. So I would say emotionally attempting to be emotionally controlling. Yes, that's Scorpio Leo stuff. Ability to pull that off, very low. That's what I'm saying, is that like if this person is being dramatic about anything, it's going to be very close to those, very close up. It's not going to come across to people that he doesn't know or that don't matter or whatever. So I think that what he's presenting to the world is extremely flawed, but I think everyone's extremely flawed. I would be more worried if he actually sounded good and actually sounded like a hero,
Right.
So he's not a Gemini, but he does have Gemini tendencies. If we knew the rising sign, then that, for me, my gifts is that I can look at astrology charts and get intuitive messages too.
So the rising sign is based upon his actual time of birth.
Time of day, yeah.
Time of day, yeah.
And so like that could be like a totally different thing. So let's say the rising sign is what's not on there, Aquarius, or I know it's not Aquarius, so I'm sure it's not. But yeah, it kind of like explains everything else. It's like if you've ever been like, oh, I'm a Cancer, but I don't feel like a Cancer, it's probably because your rising sign is the opposite, which is Capricorn or something like that. So it's really like the key. So these things I'm saying are just guesses based off of like what I've been watching and listening to, and then seeing the chart. But we can't get into like more detail. Like maybe he could be cold and conniving or something if we knew his rising sign, but we don't. And I just don't see it. I'm trying to, I know, did my phone freeze? I'm trying to look up Malaya's chart. But do you have any questions so far about his chart?
Not really, because like I said, because I'm pretty darn intuitive like myself, eh?
Yes.
I've always been since I was a child about people's auras. Now he is throwing me for a bit of a loop, but it's the reason why he's throwing me for a bit of a loop. If it was just Daniel by himself and Malaya wasn't even in the picture of this case, I would believe Daniel, right?
Yes.
Like, meaning I feel it in my heart because I can usually smell a liar. They're a freaking con artist a mile away. Okay, they just stick out like a sore thumb to me because I can, did it. Now his picture though, a couple pictures of him, he looks like the freaking abominable snowman. Satan.
He definitely does. I agree with you. I'm like he definitely has some crazy eyes. So, but now that I see that he has a Scorpio moon, but go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. And no offense to Scorpios, but you guys, there's SKs make it in, like there's about 3 or 4 signs that if you ever looked up all the serial Ks, you would definitely see this trend of like Scorpios and I don't want to say other ones because I have to go back and look at it. But I remember going, holy crap. Like there's about 4 signs that they just
So I didn't want to have to do this to you.
Go ahead.
Cancer, I think Cancer is number one, if I remember correctly. And it's
Nope.
not because really, okay, so I know that Pisces is high up there, and a Scorpio. And the reason why for those men in the masculine archetype is that it is that emotion thing. It just makes them like snap. Like women are taught to be more
Let's
not
take a look.
okay, let's take a look.
No, you go ahead and talk, and I'll just look.
Okay. So so yeah, I think that Cancer is high up there. And that's only because well, it's because a couple things. But if we could be wrong. Okay, Malaya. Okay. Okay. This person she has a mesmerizing like kind of energy and effect on people around her. So it's very hard for people to see really how she really is. So she has Sun, Mercury, Jupiter. I know this doesn't mean anything, but just in case, and Mars all in Pisces. So to have Sun, Jupiter, Mercury in Pisces is like she's like a magical snow queen. Like when Belinda said that she seemed to be like a motherhood, like a gift to motherhood, or motherhood, it was like her gift to be a mother. That is absolutely because of these placements. But with her, it's everything that it seems is not actually what it is. And so it would be very, very difficult for people to suss out how she truly is, because she gives a very beautiful, very abundant, very mystical, magical kind of vibe. If that like larger than life in that way. So just like
Wait, hold on. Okay. Told you Cancers. Cancers, I know it because I knew I was right because I remember this.
Okay. This is really, are you sure this isn't mutable? These are all mutable signs: Virgo, Pisces, Sagittarius, Gemini. Those are all mutable. Is it a
What does
list
that mean?
so the different signs have different it's called modalities. And so this looks like if they were to put a list, like all of the mutable SKs, all of there's another one called Cardinal. This is all of them? Okay.
No. So no, the list that I was given before was probably about 3 times this. And all of the same signs, virtually. Like I saw Cancer in about, say, 100 people's names. I saw maybe one Cancer in the whole group, maybe 2 tops. The rest of them, I always remember this because as I was going down, like it was like 3 lines or 4 lines of people's names that I remember. I think it was Debbie that sent me it, and Ted Bundy, Jeff Dahmer, and it was this list. And I remember going, that's amazing how certain signs, but Cancer, I remember, because honestly, Cancers, to me, we're lovers. We're not killers, people. But anyways, so I was in awe of that chart, and that's why I always remembered it. I just quickly pulled this one off the internet just so I could give you the gist of the 4 signs that I was mostly seeing, or whatever it was. But I kept constantly seeing Gemini, Pisces, I guess, Sagittarius, and what other, Virgo. It was like this common factor, and I was just going, dang, thanks for sending me this. But it was about 100 people versus this. But I was just in awe of how it seemed like about 4 signs just seemed to be there. Yeah. So, but anyway.
And I don't know. I think, I don't know. So, okay. So Malaya has a magical, mystical kind of extreme Pisces thing to her. The thing about Malaya, though, is that she has Moon and Venus in Capricorn. Okay. So that is why I said that this person is cold and calculating. And you would never know this about her because you're so blinded by like the beauty.
Right.
And I don't mean like physical beauty so much. It's like one of those like je ne sais quoi. So I'm sure if you knew her in person, you'd be like, there's something, she's a beautiful girl, right? But you would say like there's something so special and magical about her. And there is sort of, but it's not anything that has actual substance.
Substance.
Once you get even a little bit beneath the surface, that is not what's going on. Also in the chart, the sun and the sun represents the father and the moon represents the mother. And so the father, I mean, I know he's like a criminal and whatnot, and no disrespect to my criminals, but you know, he's a tracker baby or whatever or whatever. But
Right. The dad?
he probably is very charismatic, very magnetic. This person is extremely magnetic.
Who's
Let's see.
magnetic? Sorry, I lost you for a second on that. So I was looking at
Both Malaya and probably her dad, probably similar.
right, the one that said that baby, hey baby girl, if this ever happens again, why didn't you call daddy? I'm a tracker, you know.
Yeah.
You know?
So, but if I were looking at this chart and you would say, well, what would you guess? How would the mother be? You would say cold and controlling. That's what I'm telling you. Like, meaning when you look at someone's chart, you can tell about their mother and their father, and by the sun and the moon signs.
Go on.
And so in this chart, you would see the father being very magnetic and the mother being very cold and controlling. So yeah, extremely cold, extremely controlled, like excessively. Okay. Because so the moon is ruled, Cancer is ruled by the moon. The moon loves to be in the sign of Cancer. The moon is the sign of the mother. The moon also represents the mother in the chart. Capricorn is the sign of the father. So imagine that the moon is in the sign of the planet of the mother is in the sign of the father, and you're a woman.
Yeah.
So it's just very like uncomfortable. Okay. Very. So what Belinda saw in terms of her being a gift to motherhood or motherhood being her gift
Right.
is how it appears
Weird.
and how it feels. But internally, very cold, very controlling. And I'm not just saying that because of my opinion on the case. Like if I just didn't know who this person was, I would be like, wow, this person appears to be this one way and is really like this other way. Also, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, because my older sister is the same way what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Cold, what I consider cold, but she doesn't.
Oh, but maybe she doesn't know. I mean, it's just like a lot of things. It's just like Daniel doesn't know how goofy he sounds.
Right. Yeah.
And he doesn't have any friends around him apparently that could give him any information. And his mom is the Scorpio piece. So his mom's probably sitting there like, you're just like your dad. Like, and I know his parents, Sun Square Moon, those are not parents that get those are not parents that get along. Unless it's like that's a whole other thing. But yeah, Malaya's parents might have gotten along at some point. But I will say that both signs, and again, not going in, this is allegedly and in my opinion, but Pisces and Capricorn are two signs that are very prone to addiction for different reasons. Both of them. And so for her to have this Pisces sun and this Capricorn moon, this person could be very prone, or the father who's the Pisces, or the mom who is the Capricorn. But having a Capricorn is just kind of Capricorn is about success and achievement. And so if you have this Capricorn moon and Venus in Capricorn, which is what you value, which is appearances. So this would be a person that would marry someone because it looks better to be married than to not. Looks better, that kind of thing. This would be a person that could definitely hatch a plan, and whatever plan that might be. If we're looking at some of the psychic readings or the card readings, this is a person that can be quite materialistic. Even if you watch those videos, she's like, I need a job, I need to get some money, I need some money to do this. And I mean, I did hear one psychic say, I won't even get into it, but just say it was just about how when she was with her family, she probably had more help with the kids, but then she went and lived in this place with this man, so all of it more fell on her, and she was angry about it. I know that's kind of like a vague way of putting it, but this person probably felt trapped or confined by being like just a mother. So she's a stay-at-home mom. She probably
Mhm.
wasn't happy about it just for that fact. So whether or not they had like financial difficulties or not, but this person is extremely controlled. So on the best case scenario, that just explains why her interview was the way that it was. Um, Worst case
Yeah.
scenario, this person is being very cold and calculated and orchestrating
So
whatever.
did you yourself see any, like, I mean,
Mhm.
so the interview itself, right?
Mhm.
It
Oh,
was, it just reeked to me of red flags and lies and manipulation, and someone that just stood out so badly that this was not the truth.
yeah.
Did
The
you?
thing I couldn't get over is when she's like, "The sun is out today, and I hope they're feeling warm." I'm like, "Warm? Warm is crazy." Like that's actually the craziest part to me, honestly, because I'm like, "Well, where did you leave them?" I'm like, "Where did you leave them at?" You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were like, "Oh, they were so cold before," but yeah, I think her. I mean, behavioral analysts aside, and I am not a behavioral analyst, but yeah, I think the whole story is perplexing. It's very cold. It's very detached. It is not showing a person that is concerned. It's telling someone that's trying to tell a story and not very well. That's that could be a Pisces thing too. But my main thing with her is it's just hard for people to see it. They're so blinded by it. Like, of course, you never want to think like, oh, that the mother could have been involved. And especially if you see the things about her that are good, even if you know her in person. But yeah, I'm with you on that with the interview. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. Like, there is no scenario in which that interview made any kind of sense. Like,
No,
aside from the timeline not making any sense, the demeanor, the words made no
no
sense.
sense.
And also people
Well,
saying like, "Oh, she had to escape." And do you
now, yeah. Now, the one thing, now, I have to ask, just give me 1 second there, Lauren. P,
okay.
what are you talking about correcting the number? The same numbers that I see on this flyer, the same numbers that are scrolling across the bottom. So please tell me what you're talking about. Because see, 1-800-222-TIPS, 8477, and then not 1-900-485-4333. So I mean, that's the smaller one. So I'm not sure what you mean by that, to be honest with you. Now, 1 second, guys. So you guys, for anyone that is just coming in, this is Astro by Lauren. She was in the chat, asked if she could come up, talk about, Daniel and Malaya's, what do you want to call it? What is it called? Something church.
Oh, birth
Numbers.
charts, astrology charts, yeah, birth
Yeah,
charts.
and
Hmm.
stuff like that. So, again, very much appreciation. I'm enjoying this stuff. My mind is open to everything and anything. And but what bugged me, the one thing that sticks out the most besides it all, is when she, and I've repeated myself, and you know this, then is when she says, "Yesterday was raining, but today it's sunny and warm. I just, or no, but today is sunny. I just hope they're warm today."
That was just chilling. Like that's like actually bone chilling. Because like, ma'am, what are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? I mean, oh, you're
Yeah.
on
Oh,
the
and
chat.
just quickly, P, I don't know, seriously, P, I don't even know what you're talking about for this, because the number scrolling on the bottom is exactly the same numbers in front of you. So I'm not sure what you're saying. That you're saying scrolling number below needs to be corrected. I believe, as Shar said, wasn't work. Oh, you said that there was a number that wasn't working. Well, obviously it's not the tips line. But anyways, so you do know? Yes. For instance, Krista there, she heard back from the RCMP to say that they've acknowledged action. In fact, they actually sent her two messages back. So she was kind of shocked, going, "Oh, okay." So yes, RCMP will give you I'll answer back to let you know that they've received your tip. And she got two. Basically, want to say we've seen your tip and we've looked into it. So thank you so much. Okay, so just so you know. Okay, so there must be a number that's not working there. Okay, I'll fix that later. Go ahead there, Lauren. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying, no, warm is crazy. That was absolutely insane. And I mean, I had a student. I work with young people sometimes. So I had a middle school student that was missing for 2 days. And I mean, this was in the summer. She wasn't even my student at the time. And I went to the neighborhood. I was passing out flyers. This is just for a student that I had, during the school year who was missing for 2 days. So I just
Oh,
can't imagine under which circumstance. And she was found. She was found. She was good. She was only 13 at the time, but looked like a lot older. So I really didn't know. But yeah, so just in terms of like, oh, what would you do if that were your child, or if that were there is no reality in which anyone would be behaving the way that she is. And just like you, I am very intuitive, but I'm also very sensitive to abuse, seeing people who might, and I just do not feel this way at all. I'm not giving any, like, casting aspersion on whatever their relationship is, because I'm sure it's not perfect, but just meaning in terms of like she's the victim and Daniel's like the abuser, and like there is no indication of that from my perspective.
yeah, absolutely. Now, just quickly here, I gotta read. I'm not trying to be rude, but why does every topic always end up of you telling us this or oh, I don't know. I don't know. Why do you care? Like, so this is what I would find an ignorant comment. Well, I don't know, because it's my channel, right? If I want to talk about myself, or if I want to talk to Lauren, if I want to talk to somebody in chat, or if Charmaine wants to tell about her story, again, I'm not here to please you, right? I cover
Yeah.
cases. I just think it's so, these, I'm sorry. I'm going to be sorry when I'm calling you an idiot right now, but these idiots wear on me. It's like, what right do you, if you don't want to be here and you think that I talk about myself too much, there's the door. If you're subscribed, unsubscribe, because honestly, this channel isn't just, like, I'm not in a box type channel. Okay. But I am not that person that just sits there and goes, "Oh, look at me, 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 me." It's a channel
Yeah.
that's a family channel.
And I've been talking a lot, but I see what you're saying, Schofield, but it is definitely Sunny's channel, so she can do what she wants, in my opinion.
Fan user. Bye bye.
But
Okay.
okay, candidate, if someone else wants to try the RCMP.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know if you wanted to touch on. I know this was
Go
such a confusing topic, and I know Charmaine was like, "I'm going home." It was really funny. She was like, "Screw you guys, I'm going home." When we were bringing up the pentagram, we were calling it the Star of David
You talking
or
about the
whatever.
Pentagon or Pentagon thing?
Oh,
That Star
was
David. Yeah.
it is a pentagon and a pentagram,
What's
but
the,
I think the other
remind me
one
what
was
a pentagram is again, please, Lauren.
so a pentagram is a five-sided star, and a pentagon is a five-sided
Oh, okay, gotcha.
shape.
So,
And then a
okay.
Star of David, I think, is a six-sided. So I think
No.
that thing in the leaves, I think that was six-sided and was a Star of David. But when we were talking about the ley lines, that was a pentagram. And the only thing I wanted to say about that, because I actually don't know, I had never heard of ley lines. When I looked it up, I was like,
I
oh, no,
didn't know
no.
about ley lines either.
It has, yeah, so they're energetic lines. So you're not going to find them like on Google Maps or anything like that, but it's kind of like a vortex. So an example of a vortex is the Bermuda Triangle, or
Okay.
there's other parts of the world where it's like there's just something going on in that area.
Mm.
So, and I guess in esoteric, it's supposed to be hidden knowledge, and maybe that's why we've never heard of it. But so pentagrams in tarot, okay, there are different suits, cups, wands. I don't know if you know, cups, wands, swords. So they all mean different
Yes.
things, and they
Yes.
correspond to astrology as well. In tarot, it's the pentacles, which are actually pentagrams, but they really just mean money. So they don't mean anything nefarious in tarot necessarily, but they can mean, I'm not educated enough to really speak on it, but it can be nefarious. So if you are into hate to go down this road, but like into witchcraft and stuff like that, then it would be these energetic vortexes would be significant to you, in terms of places that you want to be, and I was wondering that about Nova Scotia. I was like, because I was reading up on some of the history, and I was like, it's kind of a dark place. I mean, I know like Anne of Green Gables and stuff. I always wanted to go to what's it called, Prince Edward's Island.
Prince Edward Island, yeah.
I was like, oh man, I really like to go there, like to the Gables, the Anne of Green, all that. But I was like, Nova Scotia seems kind of like kind of like a dark place. And and it might be like energetically because of that. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that they're not lines on an actual map.
So now, what do you think about the fact that she practices, or probably still does, about practicing the Wiccan?
Well, I have many thoughts on that. I'll say it like this: I have watched a lot of tarot readers. I don't watch too many because I kind of people. It's such a complicated story that people are just not getting it. Like they're not interpreting it, in my opinion, in a straightforward way. But I do know that there have been lots of people that have seen they get the same cards. They interpret it differently. And a lot of people have been seeing the star and been seeing the pentagram because it is on tarot cards,
Right.
And so, and in terms of Wiccan and paganism, so, okay, I'll try to be,
and
I'll try to keep it short because I don't want to be too negative about it. But in Iceland, for example, there's a book of spells that was found, and the kind of spells that they used to do would be like casting a spell on their farm so their chickens don't die of the bird flu type of thing, almost like a folk religion. And some people consider, I mean, I'm not extremely educated on paganism, but I know that it has to do with being in touch with nature and the moon cycles and all of this. Wicca, my understanding is that Wicca is more of like a new age. Now, it could be totally wrong, so please don't come and fight me in the comments. But my understanding is that Wicca is kind of like a beckoning back to a traditional European kind of nature, new age with the youth. Yeah, and a lot of young people are into it. So yeah, let me get to my point before I get too far down the Wiccan thing, because I don't actually I'm not super educated on it. I'll put it to you like this. I am an astrologer and I read cards and I'm clairvoyant, and people are like, oh my God, are you psychic? Why do you know that? So, and I grew up quite Christian. I know in the Bible, they're like, oh, we have to cast the demons out of the fortune tellers and all this. So I am sensitive about it. In my culture, I'm Black and Italian. Being a witch is like not a good thing at all. Okay. This is not a thing that you want to be. And so a lot of people are taking up witchcraft, and they're trying to do spell work. Okay. Not understanding what they're doing and not doing it very well. It never was meant to be something that is nefarious or something that you're supposed to be using against other people, because anything that you do against other people is going to boomerang back to you.
Right.
And even if it's not even negative, let's say you're just doing for something positive, it's still not with the natural law. So you are going to lose something. So best case scenario, if you're doing that, you maybe get what you want, but not how you thought it would be. Kind of like the Midas touch, or the genie, when you're asking for more wishes, or that kind of thing. Worst case scenario, though, and Sloan was saying about doing workings on people, to conceal things, and I'll just say it like this: I didn't believe in hexing and all that until I had people try to do this to me. And I have seen it in action on multiple occasions and in multiple ways, but it's never what you think that it's going to be. So do I believe that that she might be mixed into that? Absolutely. But just what did Daniel say? The truth always comes to light. I mean, the fact is that it may work for some of the time, but it's not going to work for all of the
Right.
time. And not just that, but it's making things for much worse for you. So
Mhm.
best case scenario, let's say it was an accident and she just doesn't want to be caught lying, you know, or whatever. You're still making things 10 times worse by trying to conceal it. And if witchcraft is in fact being used, it is making things worse. So yeah. So do I believe it? Absolutely. Also with that chart, absolutely. Also, and wanting to be cold and controlling and calculating. A lot of people get into that stuff because they want to control other people. They want to control circumstances around them. And it usually has to do with the compulsion on their part, not with any kind of like pure intention or, you know, like I said, I actually didn't used to believe in hexes or anything until I saw them at work in my own life. Now, did they really do anything bad to me? No, because I believe that I'm divinely protected. So I'm not even like, to
Same.
me,
That's me too. I'm just like,
it's like, what are you gonna do if God is for? I mean, I know I probably shouldn't be talking about this is YouTube, but if God is for me, like who can be against me? It's like a real big joke to me. But I have seen it. I mean, I've seen things happen in the physical world based off of people's intentions and their witchcraft practice. But it's a joke. It's a joke to me because. Yeah, but I mean, it is absolutely fascinating. I didn't believe in it until I did. And I have definitely had people try to hex me, and it worked, but like it didn't work. If that makes sense. So I have seen, and felt. I've also seen other people like spell work worked on like partners. You know, like
Yeah.
women will take their men's like, you know, their juice and like their hair and all this, and you know, I've seen that a couple of times in action, and it is insane. Um, Also something that could be going on in that situation as well. So yeah, I believe it and it's true, but I don't agree with it. And it's honestly not that powerful if you walk in truth. We'll just
Right.
say it like that.
That's my
It's
thing. I
it's
just
just
walk
like,
in truth.
what
You
can
know?
you really do? Like, what can you really do? You can try, but what can you really do? The only other thing, just in terms of like possession and stuff like that, unfortunately, um, my cousin told me when I was growing up, like, there's very few people that are actually just like evil, like demons and with a human mask. Like, it's very, very rare that you're going to come across an actual real life demon. Mostly, it's people that are weak in their own spirit and they allow it to take over them or to come through them.
Yeah.
And so sometimes that is how I feel. If you're trying to work spells and stuff in for negative things or things that could harm other people, is like you're inviting spirits that don't need to be invited into the situation. And if you're opening that door for them, then they can come through and oh, I don't know, harm your children, or you know, harm your, and I'm not saying that that is what happened, but I'm just saying that like when you open the door for it, then it's, you don't have any power as to how that's actually going to play out, you know. So it's just not something they want to do. And these are lower level entities. Like, these are not like it's over when you, I have clients that are like, oh, I'm being haunted, or I feel like I have negative spirits around me, or, but
Yeah.
you are the living person here in the 3D. And so it's over when you say it's over. Honestly, it's like, so if you ever feel like, oh, there's a negative spirit, or like, you can tell them to get the hell out of your house, and they'll have to go because they're the ones that don't have dominion in this. I mean, I know you're always like,
So,
I'm not trying to be too woo. Oh, go
keep
ahead.
talking. Keep talking, but my husband's knocking on the door. So keep talking though.
Oh, okay. I know that Sunny says she wants to try not to be too woo, and I know I'm being incredibly woo, but I just want to
No,
say
you can
that
be woo woo. You can be woo woo.
that it's not something that you need to fear, because you are the one with the human suit. Like, you have the body and you have the dominion in this realm, and you can always call for protection, but you can also, any kind of lower level entities, they have to be invited in. Um, and you can tell them to get the hell out just as easily. And you can do it in your mind, or you could actually really just say it out loud. So, in terms of the Wiccan thing, I think someone in the chat was saying that it's very popular with the youth, and it really is. Astrology, very popular with young people. Tarot, I do tarot classes with kids, only with decks that I think are appropriate 4 kids, and that's only because they're going to get into it anyway. And so I'm a 90s person. Most of the people my age are like, you're a charlatan. But most of the people that are younger are really supportive of it, because a lot of the kids, Gen Alpha, Gen Z, all of them are very, very much into this stuff. So I think it's important to make sure that, to know that not all like woo sciences are evil. So like astrology is not evil, tarot is not evil, but it can be used in those ways if you allow it to be. You know what I mean? And so it's just really important. The other thing is that it's a sacred responsibility, because people are just always searching. So it's really important that you are, well, I'm God-centered, or you could say like light-centered, or however, because people that believe are going to be hanging on your every word. But to me, it's spirit speaking through me. It's not coming from me. And I think where people, you were talking about Sylvia Brown. I don't know if it was yesterday or the other day, but how Sylvia Brown was like a little bit like, I think I'm right, you know, like got a little, her ego got a little bit big in terms of her.
That's
And
right.
like, again, I believe these gifts are from spirit, so it's really not about me. But you can get carried away with it if you're saying something and people are treating it like it's you, but it's not. And so I would say even the same thing with witchcraft. If you're using it in a nefarious way, people that are doing that is because they want the power, but they don't understand that the power was never theirs to begin with. It's not something that they can embody, and it can work for a moment, but it's not going to work forever. And Malaya is probably someone that's used to really getting away with a lot. She has a really lucky chart. Oh, go ahead.
No, just one second. So only because I see Nana J, I actually don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest with you. But this is where to me it's like people get their panties in a knot over something in particular, and it's basically like, yeah, well, you know, I hope Daniel finds his kids, you know, see it, kind of, I'm out of here type of that idea. Always remember, people in chat, whatever view you have, or if something's ticking you off, then absolutely go watch another channel type of idea. But it always, I mean, this always reminds me of stuff is like, I'm open to anything. If I don't want to watch a channel, because usually if I don't want to watch a channel, it's because I just don't like the whole channel itself. But it's kind of like, we talk about whatever with the case and whatever. And if something upsets you, you know, and it ticks you off and you don't want to watch the channel anymore, that's fine. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know what her comments meaning by this whole target. Okay, so maybe you might understand this.
Okay, because I can't see the chat. Oh, go ahead.
I'll show it to you. She said, not sticking around, but hope that Daniel gets to see his kids. I think he has been unfairly targeted.
Oh, well, maybe not sticking around because I'm talking about like the woo or whatever. But it looks like we agree that he's being unfairly targeted. So I don't think this has anything to do with, I don't know.
I'm not, well, I guess bottom line is I'm not into this whole little boo-hoo-hoo, you're talking about this, so I'm going to leave now and blah, blah, blah. No, just keep an open mind.
I see.
I don't know what it is that, you know, that she's going on about, to be honest with you. And to be honest with you, I actually don't care either. Because, again, I find this all interesting. Everyone has their own brain cells to use, you know, about the case regardless. So I'm not really sure. Maybe she doesn't, I don't know what she doesn't like or whatever. And I honestly don't care. Again, you know, then go watch another channel then. But the people that are here watching, you know, that are appreciating this information, whether they believe in this stuff or not, regardless, right?
Yeah.
I'm an open person myself, you know, and I like this stuff. And that's,
I see.
So I don't honestly know what that was about, to be honest, and I don't care. So keep going on, please. Just be you. That's all I ask, is that you just be yourself. Don't care about, you know, if somebody's slagging. The stuff always happens. Maybe something got in her panties, pissed in her cornflakes when she saw. I don't even know what it was about. to be
I
honest.
see. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to talk about it. I mean, I have people in my family and stuff that never, ever, ever ask me about my profession. I'm talking about the siblings, stuff like that.
Oh, I
So
don't.
I get it. I appreciate it. That's the only reason why I felt like I could call up here anyway, was because after hearing you speak about like your beliefs and your intuition and stuff, I was like, okay, I think that they could receive the information. And I
I
guess
took
like
it
you,
wrong. Oh, one sec.
oh, you took it wrong. Oh,
I
okay.
guess
Well,
I
yeah,
took it
then it probably
wrong.
was a
All
misunderstanding.
all I saw was these couple things, and I'm like, what's so pissy about? I don't even still know what it was about. Besides Ben saying she's talking about the right to see his children.
She has no
She has
issue.
no
Oh,
issue with
okay. Well,
it.
yeah. Well,
Oh,
good, because we agree. I agree. I mean, I don't think he would have
apologies.
been on the news saying that he's not allowed to see his kids if it was a shameful thing. That's the other thing. If he's saying like, oh, I have these visits coming up, then it probably
Sorry.
couldn't
Not
have
you.
been too shameful. So
Yeah,
yeah.
on there. So sorry to interrupt there. So if I was totally wrong, then I apologize. But the thing I was seeing, or I was just like, oh man, someone's griping about freaking us, or what you're talking about. I don't know. You know,
Oh,
I did get a
yeah.
note from a neighbor though. Apparently, they want us to close the window or something because apparently, hello neighbor, if you would please be mindful of your fellow neighbors and not take all your calls on speaker. Hey neighbor, we're doing a live and I'm so sorry. Anyways, I I forget sometimes because the window is right here and like we're on the third floor of our apartment complex here in the Grove. But anyways, so yeah. So anyways, so I was my husband's like, see, I told you your speakers were too loud. So give me 1 second. You keep going on, and
Okay.
I'm just gonna close the window.
Yeah, so that's pretty much it. I mean, I guess in conclusion, I would say that Daniel's very braggadocious and kind of ridiculous and a little bit confused and very emotional. Um, but not a cold and calculating murderous individual, in my opinion, and allegedly. Malaya is not conflicted, but appears to be very different than what she actually is, and probably has motivations that are not apparent to the people around her and probably more concealed. And so, of the two, she would be much more controlled emotionally, much more calculating, and much more cold. And so the perception of like that he's being made a fool of by her would be accurate if you're just looking at the astrology. That makes a lot of sense. But also just not being aware of it. See, Malaya doesn't know her power. Daniel doesn't know how he comes off. Like Malaya knows her power and she uses it
I get
for
it
herself.
now.
Does that make
Now,
sense?
in saying that, Lauren, so
Mhm.
and you can answer this just fine because again, big North Marty, it's all about speculation, right? Observation, speculation. So he says, in fairness, at the risk of being scrutinized, what will the response be from the guests should the intuitions be completely wrong? And the RCMP lay formal charges, and Daniel told me, oh, well, I can't like you answer that one, but I kind of want to answer that myself too.
Do you want to go first? You want me to go
Well,
first?
you know what? I'm just going to say this. This is
Okay.
all speculation. And we've been talking about Malaya. We've been talking about Daniel. We're all saying about how Malaya is this. Are we accusing her though? Is a different story, right? So it doesn't matter. Even if like I said, it's not like she's sitting here saying what she's seeing as the signs. So fair play. It's no different than everyone. Are you guys going watching those other psychics or readers and other stuff like that, or other channels that are talking about it? So that to me is like a nothing burger, like this comment in a sense, not to say that you're a nothing burger, Big North, but I just mean because we're just simply talking about the case, how we feel, what you're picking up for your vibes, what I'm picking up for my vibes, what they are. So what's your comment on it?
Well, Big North Marty, I hope you're still with us. I don't think you're a nothing burger. No disrespect. I just think that
Well, the comment means nothing to
yeah,
me.
the comment, I mean, what would my response be? Well, this is not going to come off right. I know the difference between intuition and kind of my opinion. And what I've been speaking on have been mostly on intuition. And so I feel pretty confident that I'm not wrong. Now, I don't know, but not just that, but also, like you were saying, I'm not making accusations or saying anything. I can only speak, like, this is on the internet. The internet is forever, and I don't know who could be watching this, but anybody could. I've been doing this for 13, 14 years professionally, you know what I mean? And so it really doesn't concern me, like, about, like, oh no, like, what if I'm wrong? Like, if it's coming
Yeah,
out of my mouth, then
exactly. If it comes out of
I'll
your mouth,
probably feel pretty confident about it. And if I don't, then, like, if I'm working with a client, for example, if what I'm saying doesn't resonate with them, they can tell me, because they do know better than me about themselves.
yes.
But in terms of sitting here listening to all of these different clairvoyants, these different lives, seeing with my own eyes and using my own intuition, I'm pretty confident in the small amount that I'm sharing here.
I was, I
Yes,
was gonna
I'm
say,
not worried about it.
my favorite thing is that if it's coming out of my mouth, you know, then I'm
Right.
accountable for that at the end of the day. But
Yeah, by the
again,
time it makes it out of my mouth, like, no,
oh, my
I
husband,
stand by it. I
yeah,
don't say things that I don't mean. There are things that I should say better, like in my personal life, I should say it in a different way. But anybody that knows me knows, like, they they actually my son made me stop saying it. I'll say, like, I apologize for what I said, but I also meant what I said, and I need to stop with that. But I don't really say things that I don't mean. And it kind of goes into, like, if, like, people believe in things or not. If you understand how intuition works and the information that you're given, you really are just a conduit or a vessel for the information. So it really doesn't matter if people believe you. Oh, for sure. I do love it. Thank you, Bella. But it really doesn't matter if people, like, believe you or not.
right,
It doesn't. Yeah, it's not a fear in any way whatsoever. I'll just say it like that,
yeah.
because these are my gifts. I'm thankful for my gifts, and so I'm confident in those
That's it.
gifts.
Well, that's I was gonna say that, and that's I'm the same way like that too.
Right.
Honestly, I don't care what people think about me because I know that like no one can take away from me that my gift of caring, my gift of being an empath, my gift of well, like nobody can take that away from me at all.
Right.
I know myself well enough, right? So again, my intuition is that Malaya's interview absolutely reeks of bull, to be honest, regardless. That's my
Right.
intuition. Usually I'm always pretty much on par with that. So for me, again, this is just to me always discussions with people and stuff. And honestly, like I said, I totally appreciate the fact that you come up here. And, I know that the internet world can be very mean and cruel and all that. I don't care, honestly. Yes, did it bug me? The only one thing that actually truly bugged me a little bit was just the fact that Dee Dee out and out lied and did it to be a bully to our channel.
If I
Because
could speak on that, go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead. That's the only thing that
I
bugged me.
was like, that's kind of what. Yeah, I was pretty stunned by that situation, because there was so many levels of wrong going on in
Yes.
that
Mhm.
situation. But yeah, the thing about what's his face, and let's just call him, he should not be named or whatever, like, just deception detective or whatever, was like, it just really made me scrutinize any other thing that was ever coming out of his mouth moving forward, because the fact that he was like threatening
Threatening.
you guys, and, like, you owe this to me, and I'm like, sir, you're not even on this here app, this World Wide Web, with your actual name. You're purporting to be an attorney trained in statement analysis, but how the fuck we know, deception detective? Like, what? Like, and so I just found it as being very much like a bully, and
He
I
used
was
it.
hoping he was just trolling. I was hoping he was trolling, and
I
not
mean,
really like that, because I was like, he can't be serious when he's like, yeah, I'll wait, or what did he say? He was like, you should be thanking me, or like what,
I
like
know.
what are
I
you
think,
talking about? Like what are you
yeah.
even talking about right now? I mean, it was
To me,
intense.
if
Go
you
ahead then.
want to use the word narcissistic, that's a probably prime example of somebody that's being so narcissistic that he literally thought, and we're not going to get on this long rant about this at all, but and we're just talking here. He went on this long spiel about how his subscribers he brought over and how we took down the live because of him. But
Oh yeah.
what I loved about this, Lauren, was that karma came that same night, right? They're talking
Right.
about the boomerang coming back at your ass. So that's when the cousin,
Oh, the cousin, yeah.
what's her name? Lauren as well, actually.
Logan. Logan.
Logan. Yes, when Logan came out and she literally, so it didn't matter if it was her mimicking some of Daniel's words or not. It didn't
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
It was the fact that what she said as his cousin and what
It's
those
exactly
words
what
on
he
the text
said.
were matched.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter. Like,
That's what
what
it
if,
was
even
about.
if they're in cahoots, they both said the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And actually, now that you bring that up, that's the part where I was like, Deception Detective is truly unhinged, because he kept saying that you took the live down because of him and his followers. And like, I was like, this guy is not, I was like, he has lost his ever loving mind. Like, is he serious right now? And I just thought he had to be trolling, but it sounds like he was serious.
Well, I can't, what gets me, I think, in all this is that you're claiming to be a professional and a lawyer and a statement analysis person, and you're literally trying to use bully tactics. Those games don't work with me at all. I
Not
don't play
just
those
that, but
games.
also you're
Mhm.
here under a pseudonym. Like if y'all Google me, you can Google me in the city that I live. You will
You
find
can
many
Google
many
me.
articles about it, me being an astrologer and this is what we do, or whatever.
Yeah.
The fact that he's not even on here on his real name and he's
No,
like, I'm the
yeah. I
authority.
mean, honestly,
But
he's not worth the spit that I spit on the ground. He's not worth the pile of poop that lands in my shoe, to be honest with you. Because
yeah.
he used his platform to literally lie and try to manipulate a situation, that's just what I call disgusting. Like who's the adult here, right? So meaning I was just, because I had watched him quite often, and I had respect for him and his opinions and stuff like that. But don't you think that somebody, if they're going to put up posts, that they should do their due diligence before they start accusing the family of Daphne as if it's not her? At least do your due diligence and do your background on it before you start spewing off and calling it a hoax and all this. Like, so I'm sorry, but any diploma you have, you should just rip it off. If you have one, rip it off. Go back to morals, ethics, and all those things that a good person does properly. Because to me, again, if you're presenting yourself as a professional person and then you're acting like you're a kid in a sandbox throwing a temper tantrum and you're lying on top of that, sorry.
Oh, I did want to say, okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. That was
I did want to say, I do think there was a bit of jealousy at play, and also, I hate y'all probably really gonna get mad in the comments now, but like misogyny as well, because Deception Detective is actually how I heard about this case of Jack and Lily, because he
oh,
analyzed, this. So, because that was my entrance into this
the
true
case.
crime thing, but in all of his videos, he always said, Daniel, if you're open to speaking with me, if I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll be your biggest advocate on YouTube. And he would say that at the conclusion of a lot of his videos about this. And so I think there's this other guy named like Mike or something, and
Oh,
he
Mike
sounds like he's
Danny.
from Amsterdam.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
sounds so
Mike Danny.
European. That's another one. I'm like, you guys are unhinged. But
I,
I just
you're
think
right.
that they are beside themselves, that these women, like, who are these women getting all this information?
I know.
Like, and it's like people don't understand that, not all power
Yeah,
has to come through brute force. And there is a
yeah,
lot of power in truly caring about people
yeah,
and things. And it's hard for a deception detective to conceive like that this people can be sincere, and it's hard for
yeah.
whatever the European dude. He's
Yeah.
a nut. He was like, oh, these idiots, blah blah blah. I was
Oh my
like,
God.
this
No, I heard
guy
him.
is
I was a witch. I was a
unhinged.
witch. I know.
I-
I was, me and Charmaine were watching it, and it was just like, dude, you are literally using our content, type of thing. I'm sitting there going, part of me is going, copyright strike him, copyright strike. But,
No, so and
so I was
just
like,
to interrupt, but just to I listened to him, but then I listened to another where he's like, it's so funny. So you guys put your watermark on it, and
yeah,
you're like,
yeah,
and so then he's still using your video. Like, when I tell you I was fascinated with this beef and the true crime, like these past couple days, I'm glad I could talk to somebody about it, because my real life friends are like, okay, Lauren's on her internet thing again. Like, they would be like, but when
yeah.
he's like, okay, I'm going to skip this part of the video because they're talking about me. Okay, back to the case. Like, so he was actually like listening to the video where you guys are like, you don't have to, what's the word y'all use? I guess it's Canadian,
Yeah,
slagging. You're like, you don't have to slag us, or
right.
whatever. And then your watermark, you're like, this is it's a crime shame channel. And like
And,
your watermark is all over it. I was
yeah,
like, this is the collaboration that they don't know that we need. I know that it will never happen, but
yeah.
I like, in that guy's heart, in his heart, he knew that it was true, because he was mostly just reacting to your, it was like personal attacks. He was just reacting to your demeanor. That's what I was just
Yeah.
like, this guy has
Yeah.
a whole other can of worm
Oh,
issues.
these two shut up talking. Oh my God, I'm so sorry you guys have to suffer listening to them. Oh my God, let's just go
Like,
back to their
sir,
content.
you are live streaming their entire video. Like, what are we doing here? Like, so
I
that
know.
and
It's
I
all
only
good.
watched any of his videos because I don't
He's
know. I
he
was just
takes
more so fascinated by
Yeah.
the
Well,
exchange.
at the end of the day, I'm just like honestly, I never expected that type of just abrasive word calling out the whole time. And then I started laughing at it, going, like, seriously, I'm gonna watermark these things next time. You want to use. So I left a message, though. We'll stop it here in just a second. But I left a message saying, dude, if you're gonna use the content, you don't really need to slag us. I said, type of
Right.
thing. I said, be kinder,
Be
type of
kinder.
thing. And I mean, I think he was a bit after that. He has been a bit after that. But again,
No,
you
it
know,
has been. But
yeah,
I was like, is this what it took, though? Because the fact that he felt so strongly about it before was just crazy to me. I was like, you are angry. I was thinking maybe y'all reminded him of people in his family or something. It was so deep. I was like, this is so deep.
yeah.
But you're also just using it. And so you guys, what would they say in hip hop culture? They'd be like, you're feeding the streets. You guys really like fed the whole true crime streets with all of these
Well,
exclusives.
that's the thing. It's like
So
damned if
funny.
you do, damned if you don't. Like I said, anyone that watches us, anyone that truly watches me and Charmaine when we're talking, if you can't see a genuine person, then you don't even deserve to be in this chat right now, honestly,
Yes,
because
like I don't know what to
we
tell
are.
you.
It's
Yeah,
not about
like
notoriety at all. It never is. It's never about notoriety. It was simply that, like, I didn't even ask. I didn't ask for Belinda to let me to use the information or for her to accept my friend request. Charmaine just reached out to Daniel and spoke, but meaning it was never about anything to do with notoriety. Thank you, Belinda and Daniel. But it was about
yeah.
it was honestly about people wanted more information about that day. And here we
Yeah.
are having the ability to give it. And
It
that
was
was,
just hard for them to believe.
yeah, it
So,
was,
you know.
I mean, regardless if we didn't have that information, it doesn't matter. We would have covered the case with our integrity and honesty about Jack and Lily anyway. It was just, to me, this bonus to everybody else and to myself that we were able to give people a better glimpse into that day. And right, if people want to analyze the content and stuff like that, go right ahead. But you really need to slag us as you're doing it. Like, I'm not one of those people that go on this attack first. I don't. Okay. If I feel like we're being shit on, sometimes I'll say something back. Most times I just honestly don't care anymore. But sometimes you get a little bit sick of it. And I was kind of feeling a little bit sick of it because here I wasn't watermarking anything, right? We were just doing trying to doing everything without going here. You have to call it's a crime and shame, here type of thing. But you still want, like, whenever we put content out, we always say their name, right? to the person because we're using their content. But it's not like I said, I go sitting there shitting on other content creators unless slags come in my. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a couple people I've called out because they're truly bad people, and they're truly scammers. So I have called them out. But for the getting back and forth, I was willing to talk about it that one day, that we did, and then it's not like I'm gonna be hurt by it, like, is my life gonna turn over and I'm gonna roll over because he was lying about the bullshit about Daphne and our channel and trying to provoke and poke a bear. He was trying to use reverse psychology on me, as if I was born yesterday, right? So you're having a narcissist trying to come up with somebody who's intuitive and can see straight through a narcissist. And it's like, I'm not playing your game, dude. But then myself,
and that only works if you are being deceptive, Mr. Detective, but you're not being like that. Does I think people really expose a lot about themselves really in the way that they came at you and your channel.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
okay.
like.
Joe, I don't know why you're saying calm down. I think he got the point. Everybody has a bad day. Again, if you don't want to be here to listen to this part, then you have free will to not listen. But it's my channel. If I want to talk about DD for 10 hours, and if people still want to hear it, right? People love drama, but I don't. We're just talking about it. Me and Lauren are talking about it. And in a few minutes, we'll be done with it.
Yeah.
So
and
it's like,
I too am waiting for his apology video. I just think in conclusion, I mean, I really liked Detective, and I don't dislike him now, but I definitely have to look at him with more skepticism because of how he showed himself to be. I was like, he's talking about these women this way. The way that he's talking about these women is so presumptuous and so arrogant, so incorrect that I'm like, wow, I mean, you could be saying this about anyone. Like, so I really was, trusting what you were saying, but now I'm really not.
Well, you know what? And that's the thing, honestly, right? So I lost pretty much all the respect I had for him. I mean, if he just kept it to using our content and just talking about it and analyzing, but he took it to a different level. And so then I lost respect from him because he was doing it to play a game. I don't play games. That's
what I was wondering. Like, I was like, this has to be some kind of high level troll or something. I was like, because he can't be serious with this behavior. But you all are genuine in your behavior. So it's not the right approach,
I know. And really, I should have been just like any other time and ignored it. But that one did get to me because he was trying to be a bully and put that little threat that if you don't give me this, I'm going to sit there and say that your channel's a hoax or that this is all a hoax. I mean,
like, right? Who are you? We don't even know what your first name is.
Joe. Am I wrong for the second time today, Joe? That other person too? Sorry, Joe. I thought you were talking about us. I'm like, for people that don't want to listen to it, go. Like I said, for people that don't want to listen to this part or anything, go watch another channel. I won't be offended. Come back when you want to watch it and go away when you don't want to watch it. But anyways, let's get over them.
No, well, last thing, and I swear I'll stop. But like, congrats to Detective for graduating law school and all that. But yeah, I'm still waiting on the apology video. So if you don't apologize, it's a crime shame. Then I'm going to report you as a hoax. Like, no, I'm just kidding. So moving on. Moving on. I mean, if you guys have any more questions about the astrology part, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, our last word on that is D, right? D stands for douche, right? Simple as that, douche. And we're gonna leave it at that.
It's DD. It is double. No, I'm just
double douche.
So yeah, so we can leave it at that. But back to like if Daniel's brought up on charges in 12 weeks, I would be like, wow, it is so unfortunate that so many people cannot see the truth that is right in front of them. That's what I would think about it. I wouldn't be shocked, but I'm still not wrong. So that's how I feel about it.
Well, yeah. Can you tell us, like, on your own opinion now? On your own opinion, I call bullshit on his law degree. Okay, sorry, I just feel that by Charmaine. So, in your own opinion, what, just on, like, if you want to be just simply honest, and I prefer that, if you want, just tell us what you think. What is your gut feeling besides your intuition? What is your gut feeling about what happened to these kids? Like, when you put it all together, think about it, just whatever you want to lay out to the universe on this one, go ahead, and if you don't, then feel free.
Yeah. Well, this is really dark because I've actually never spoken on, even in my, like I said, I speak on relationships and reality TV. I swear, you can go listen to my podcast. I've never spoken on true crime publicly.
Yeah.
But I will say, similar to
Well,
you, when you heard Sloan Bella and it put the pieces together, there were a couple of psychics or card readers, just like 2 out of 15, that
right.
definitely put the card, put the pieces together for me. At
So,
very, oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
At very first,
And
I
then
definitely did feel that Malaya was much more sus than Daniel.
yeah.
But then I definitely flip-flopped, especially even that thing that you all revealed. What did he say? When he was like, I could have been impaled. Like, what? Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, he's really a piece of work. So, like, I get it. And he does have the crazy eyes and stuff like that. But whenever I hear any theories about what Malaya may or may not have done, it makes more sense to me. But I also couldn't figure out if she had actually harmed the children herself, how could it be done so cleanly and with no
Right.
evidence? That's why when the Sloan Bella thing came in, it was like, oh, okay.
Did you see the
Okay.
bigger picture as well, like I did?
Yeah, I mean, everything made so much more sense in terms of the way that the mother was behaving. It made more sense in terms of how this could have been so done so cleanly. The only thing I was disappointed in was that if Daniel were lying about anything, I was thinking he would be lying for Malaya, but I actually truly believe he has no idea the extent to which the situation, he does not know the whole situation. He just doesn't know it. And I've heard it
No pun
from,
intended.
there are 3 different psychics, 3 different accounts that I've heard throughout the past couple of weeks that I totally, yeah, no pun intended, that I agree with. And they range from extremely dark in terms of like Malaya doing this herself to Sloan Bella, which was actually the least dark of the 3. The other one was the psychic sleuth, which you guys actually talked about here.
Mm.
And then the other one was someone on TikTok, and I cannot remember. But the point is that it makes much more sense to me that he is being snowed, he is being scapegoated, and that I just don't think there's any way that she would actually get away with whatever part that she played in it, though. You know, I just don't think. But I am more on the Sloan Bella, or she had a psychotic break herself and carried this out herself.
Now, when Sloan said, I hear it, come sit on daddy's lap. What did you think about that? Because she was putting it to Malaya's side of the family. The father figure, grandfather of the children.
Well, yeah. Oh, so there's actually 2 things. There's
Okay.
2 things I wanted to say. So one about that part, when we were talking about the pentagram, and Sloan was saying, so I didn't really think anything of like the come sit on daddy's lap part. I mean, I did have a vision of the person that she was describing, but when she was saying that that Malaya gave them for one purpose, but they were taken for another.
Right.
If that purpose were somehow dealing with the occult or something like that, then the pentagram thing would have come into play, because they would have been like, perfect, you have these kids. But the only thing, and this is really sad and really dark, is that I see a vision of Lily and not living. So when Sloan said, oh, Lily might have passed, I only see Lily. I'm not saying that that Jack passed or did not pass, but I only have a very dark and very sad and waterlogged vision of Lily that I've had consistently this whole way through. So when Sloan said that, I was like, and there are other readers that were saying like, oh, only Jack is coming through. Now it's tough. Like I I am a medium too. So sometimes, sometimes. So I don't do mediumship professionally, but sometimes you can only hear from people because they've crossed over.
Right.
And then sometimes, but then,
Right.
so it's just because the people are maybe only hearing from Jack and not hearing from Lily, but I'm only
Right.
seeing the vision of Lily. But I don't know if it means it's because they're separate or it's a very dark vision. So I've had that almost since the beginning, and it's very sad. So when someone said, "Oh, the girl may have passed," I was like, "Okay, this is all." And if you listen to other psychics and card readers, they're all saying different things, but there are certain themes that are the same, and everything lines up. So, so what do I think happened? I mean, it was either a highly like detailed and orchestrated plan or a psychotic break. It is not outside of the realm of possibility for me that it was a psychotic break, honestly, because
In the woods?
I think that it was she took them outside. Yes, I do. Because and I think that if Daniel was there, he could have been knocked out. Like this could have happened at 6 a.m, or it's
Right.
just many, But I know that's very dark, and a lot of people don't want to say it, and I don't want to be accusatory. It's just that people don't understand that not everything is as it seems.
Right.
And
Yes.
like when you were saying about how Sloan put the pieces together, when I heard these three different interpretations, one of them, this woman said like, and she said it very matter of factly, not like, oh, I think something might have happened here. She was like, yes. So Jack was being too, oh no, not Jack. Someone was being too loud. So
Lily.
she harmed them and thought, no, it was Jack. He was doing something.
Oh.
And she thought that he had passed. And so this is so dark. I shouldn't, but she basically was saying like she drowned the one and then drowned the other. And this was done outside. This is what a psychic said. And
Not Sloan. Sloan didn't say that.
No.
Okay.
And I'm like, that's very dark.
I know which one you're talking about because I remember this.
And then Psychic Sleuth was like, Leilani Simon, I don't know who all the true crime, but she was like,
Right.
all the other mothers, which is in the same vein. And then Sloan is saying cold, calculated plan, which is very much there in the birth chart. So it really could have been any one of the three. And yeah, and that's it. And either way, I know people are like, they both know. I just don't think that he knows how deep it really goes. I think he knows in his heart, but he can't bring himself. Like you're saying, he's a fool for love. And so, like, I think when he was like, oh, the rainbow and the waterfall, or whatever he was like, in the Daniel you first knew, and all this, like, there's part of him that wants to believe that she had nothing to do with it, but in his heart I know that he knows, and I just don't think that he had anything to do with it. I think if he gets brought up on anything, it would be for covering for her for what he may or may not know. But I think people really are underestimating the one and overestimating the other, okay? Meaning her and him. And also if there is spell work involved, people do need to know that you can be very easily manipulated by somebody that you're in love with. And then if they're working, if they're working some kind of spell work on you, they live with you, they have access to your space. Yeah, they just, I think Sloan mentioned it, like it could be, to make sure he doesn't speak, or that he doesn't see, or that the veil is not lifted for him, and that kind of thing. So I think that, like I said, I think Daniel's a freaking goofball. He's a piece of work, but I don't think that he knows.
Same.
So, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
I was going to say, like I said, all my brain does, Lauren, and Charmaine should be coming up. Do you need to get going, or are you going to?
Oh yeah, it's kind of late on the East Coast here anyway. So yeah, it's okay.
I just don't want to, like, whenever it's your time to go, because I mean, so do you need to get going?
I mean, yeah, it'd probably be better for me to get going for now, but I can always come back another time.
I was gonna say, on this one, if you do want to come back up, you just email me like you did.
Okay.
I found it very intriguing, and I'm kind of one of those ones that I absorb things, and then all of a sudden the questions come out. Like, hey,
oh yeah, just let me know. Let me know. Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
But I was gonna say, I want to thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. And I can tell just by your thoughts and stuff like that, like meaning how you talk. A lot of things you're saying are just like I am. I'm just a realist. Keep it real. What you put out to the universe, you get back. I'm very much in touch with who I am. I don't need anyone to tell me what to do, how to be, how to do all that stuff. I'm good. How to run my channel. I'm good. Thanks.
Absolutely. And it's definitely your channel, so you can speak on whatever you want to. So thanks for
Can
having
too.
me.
Can too. Yeah.
And will and does. All right, I'll see you soon.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're
Thanks to
welcome.
Lauren. And you
Okay.
guys, of course, we'll drop Lauren's link. Well, it's okay, Lauren. You can go. We're going to
Okay.
drop Lauren's. Whoops. Wait. That's not the right link. I got to go delete that. That's not the right link. The last one I had was Lauren's. See, so nobody try to come up because it's not happening. The only person that's going to come up in a few minutes is Charmaine. Let me go get rid of that darn link I just dropped. You can try to copy and paste it all you want, but remove. You ain't coming up here. Joe, I've already told you, Joe, that if you want to come up here, all you need to do is email me. But when I'm in the midst of talking with Lauren, I'm not going to have a third person besides, unless it was Charmaine or Krista. I'm not going to have a third person come up because I just want her to have her proper time and talk and stuff like that. So that's why I was like, no. But you know where the email button is. I've already told you. At crowmingshame@gmail.com. If you want to come up and do a live, absolutely. No problem. But there's Lauren's number. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, guys. We're not leaving quite yet. Charmaine's going to be up here in a few minutes. And then I'm trying to eat my dinner that my husband's British. Did I tell you? Whoops, I went blurry. 1 sec. Hold on. Did I come back? I think I came back. Anyway, see? My tiki masala on there. My tiki masala stuff that he bought. That one he bought because it's his brother's birthday today. On it. Need to get a prop. You don't need to have a camera. Like, I mean, if you want to show your face, go right ahead, but you don't need to show your face, right? But there's Lauren's channel. But you guys, I am so dying to go to the bathroom. So special appreciation to Lauren. Totally random, and I loved it, right? For anyone else that didn't, too bad, is all I can say. It's about Jack and Lily. It's about talking about the case. It's about talking, if I want to talk for 5 hours, 3 hours, whatever. Doesn't matter. More people that come in and view it, more people that know about the case, as people prance around and stuff like that. I just simply do me. I do me. That's it. And I will always just do me. Right? Imagine being 56 and people still bossing you around on what you should do. No. I've been always even my family, all my life, my family tries to tell me what to do. And I'm like, I'm more grown up. I'm the youngest because I'm a twin, but I'm 10 minutes younger than my twin, but I'm the youngest in the chain. It's like Timmy, Randy, Billy, Ricky, Kenny. Oh, no. Timmy, Randy, Billy, Ricky, Paula, Kenny, and then Tanya, and then me, right? And it's just like my 4 older brothers. Those are my half brothers, Timmy, Randy, Billy, Ricky, and Paula. Well, she has a different dad, but me, Tanya, and my brother, like I said, for 6 days, we're all the same age because his birthday is July 9th and ours is July 3rd. But I'm the youngest. And I'm sorry, family, you can disagree with me all you want, and I still don't care. At least I'm the wisest of the bunch. I'm the most open one. They all care what other people think, and they all are stubborn beyond belief and stuff like that. And so it's like being born into a family that you're just like, really? Like, so if I don't think your way, you're going to be mad at me, right? I have the most intuition in the family for sure. And I'm the one that's wise and just looks back and go, you guys can just argue all you want. I don't care. As long as it's not about me in there. I don't care. Anyways, totally have to go to the bathroom. Totally want to eat my dinner. Charmaine's going to come up. So what I'd like to do is just play that tribute video. Oh, and then, oh. So somebody asked me about the messages. Well, okay. So Belinda had sent me them. So she had sent me some of them. So let me just take a look here. Download. Hold on. Download. Where's this one? Download. Yeah, and no offense, Julie, but it was just really hard to listen to. Honestly, I don't feel like. Sorry, Julie. Like honestly, I don't want to sit there and watch someone play with their glasses and sit there and do this. I had to put you on like 2 times the speed, and I only watched the part that I wanted to watch. Oh, there she is. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you very much, Maya Starfire. Oh, I love that name, Maya Starfire. Hey, Chicka.
Hi.
So, are you gonna let me go to the bathroom?
Sure.
Okay. Now, and you can tell people how it was like you were listening to Lauren. What your thoughts on that?
I listened to a lot of it. I was driving when it first started. I got the gist of. I think I got the gist of it, other than her theory. Actually, I'm not sure I heard her theory, and I know that was towards the end. But
Mine. We'll put it that way. Similar to mine, the Bella thing. She's kind of on that page with it all.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she was absolutely delightful. She has a really positive way about her. I like her.
I liked her. I liked her too. To me, she's. And no offense, please, Lauren, if you're watching this right now, take no offense. I love the fact when somebody's a talker and they can keep up with me too, on that one.
Yeah.
And so and her energy, I liked it. I liked how like when I look for my phone friends, right? Like within when I'm like it's like I'm listening to their personalities and what they're saying. I feel like she was very much in line with exactly right. It's kind of like I know who I am. If you guys don't bully me, kind of like suck it. But she didn't say suck it. But like Bella's like the same way, and I like that. It's kind of like I already know who I am. If people want to judge me and call me things and say things, so be it. But I know my truth type of thing. I always appreciate that. So anyways,
it's always good to see somebody who's authentic and not trying to keep up with the crowd or fit into the room. You know what I mean? She came on, she was herself. She did her thing, which was really cool. And sorry I missed it. Actually, I had the worst, well, not the worst, but just such a busy day. And I got home and I cooked dinner. And
would you let me go pee while you're talking about that to chat?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you guys for subscribing to our channel as well. I'm just gonna put up one thing just so you guys can stare at it. Oh, actually, no, I'm not gonna do it yet. I'll put up Jack and Lily for the moment, and then I'll do something. I'll be right back. Shut up, Sunny. Okay.
Joe, just stop it. Just stop. I think that Joe would be a terrific guest. And the fact that you have nothing positive to say about the parents involved here, I mean, to me, that's all the more reason for you to come up, because the case needs conversation. And when there's no updates, what else are we going to do? We're going to be like the other channels, and we're going to make shit up, and we're going to speculate in harsh and cruel ways, or we're going to talk about what we think. And it's always good to hear somebody else's thoughts and perspectives, as long as they're given, respectfully. So, I mean, don't dissuade that. Don't let that dissuade you from sending that email to Sunny, because I think it would be great. And I'm definitely going to check out Lauren's channel too. I know she was watching and paying attention to our live last night, because she mentioned me a couple of times, and some of the things that I've done and said that I forgot. So that's always nice to know that somebody's actually paying attention when you're talking. I think she's great. Like I said, just a delightful energy about her. I really liked her. Thank you, Sharon. Hi, everybody. I said wasn't like a bad day. I haven't been sleeping very well. So I got up and I worked, and then I had to go to the house, and I was staining cedar planks all day. And I didn't even know Sunny went live. And came home, made supper, and was just listening and watching. And With the camera hooked up and all that, and I'll let you folks meet my guinea pigs too. That'd be great. I don't have a backdrop. I don't, and my camera was like $60 on Amazon. But when I first started coming on with Sunny, I was using my laptop camera and it was trash. So all of those are excuses, Mr. Neil. Just saying. Just saying. What else do we got here? What did Native Girl say? What are you guys talking about? Lies 100%. This is how I feel. We don't know where she's coming from. Where she's coming from and her truth. The absence of her presence. I don't want to even try to blame her with so little evidence. I mean, you know what? I'm with you guys, and maybe that's the Native part of me too. But I'm with you. At first, I was like, this woman is sketchy AF. But since then, and learning more information, as usually happens when you get more information, you can make a more, I guess, educated. It's still speculation no matter what, because we don't know. But I just have a hard time wrapping my head around the possibility that what Sunny and Lauren and Sloan believe. I just, it doesn't connect for me at all. Now, what Lauren said about Daniel, totally connected, 100%. I'm glad that she wasn't, and that's my problem. I always look for the right way to say things to be less harsh, maybe, and sometimes you just need to say it like it is. And I'm not that person. I don't know if I'll ever be that person. I like doing the dance around. I grew up off reserve. I had Native friends and was exposed to some stuff. And let's face it, like, people that live and who grew up on reservations and their ancestors and their families, like, there's no denying anymore that they have been put through a lot by our country. So, and I'm not saying that that's why Malaya is the way she is, but what I'm saying is there could be, and I said it maybe a week or so ago, that there's probably some kind of a history there, a long history there of abuse, trauma. So, I had guinea pigs when I was a kid, and they were named Garfield and Patty. Mine was Patty. That's how creative I was as a kid. I named my guinea pig Patty. I don't know why. I'm going to send Charmaine and Sunny a narrative that would explain a lot of Malaya's behavior. I need to tweak it, though. Tweak away. Can't wait to read that. I'm always interested in hearing what other people think about this case. And if somebody wants to talk to me about it or they're asking me about it, I will talk to them until I'm blue in the face. And really the look on their face when I'm done talking is like, wow. They don't quite know what to do or say about it, but I have to mute here for a second. I'm still reading, but yeah, sunshine. Same way, I'm always watch what I say. I don't like hurting anybody or being taken the wrong way. Like it used to be, I would say something and it would be taken the wrong way, or it would be twisted or manipulated in a way to make me out to be the bad guy or something when it wasn't my intention. So I'm just very careful with my words now, and it drives some people crazy because I'll take a while to come out with a word, but I'm not going to just come out with something that I haven't thought about. having said that, I rarely have a filter, and for a long time, like it's taken a lot of practice for me to not just say what's in my head. But I used to spout off a lot, and usually about shit I knew nothing about. So, I mean, and looking back on some of those conversations, it's embarrassing. That's why I don't understand how people can do it, how they can not know somebody or a situation and just sit there and spout off about it. Especially me, because like I don't do that. Trippy, yeah, off reserve. Native women are very vulnerable. My dad left the res at 18 and joined the Navy. He didn't have to go to residential school because he come from a very strict Pentecostal household. Right, so he was brought up in a home that basically what they were trying to achieve with the rest of the community that lived on reservations, right? And I mean, the more, and it's sad and shocking to me that in my upbringing, even though my dad is Native, and I wasn't raised in a household with him, so I met him. We were with him till I was 3, and then I grew up across the country, and I reconnected with him just months before he passed away. But so, anyways, I wasn't brought up in that community or in that lifestyle, I guess. But still, it's crazy to me that only just recently, like I probably, if I said 2015, I would be stretching it. I'm thinking more like 2018 was the first I ever heard of residential schools. And I started researching it, and I couldn't believe it. And then when the government came out, issued their apology, and now we've got the Day of Reconciliation. And so they've taken somewhat ownership of what they've done, but that just made it real for me. And it blew my mind that our government and our churches could do this to a whole way of life in Canada, which has been since the 1800s, whatever, before it was even Canada. We've been considered the melting pot of the world. Everybody is welcome here, except if you're Native, apparently. So, and not now, it's much different now, obviously, but yeah, I had no idea. I didn't even hear about them. And I got really, and I'm not going to say well educated on them, but I learned a lot when I had to create an awareness video for our workers at work, because in the oil and gas industry, if you're not working with First Nations, you're not going to be able to work or build on their land, which is everywhere. So they have these agreements with First Nations and treaties or tribes, that as long as your workers are trained and we have an agreement, then and you use our citizens for your workers, you can come and build. So long story short, too late, I had to build awareness videos. So I had to do a lot of research on that and make sure that our workers understood that times have changed, and there's nothing wrong with being sensitive to somebody's traumatic history, even if it wasn't their own. It was still their generational abuse and generational trauma, which is what I was kind of saying would be possible with Malaya and Cindy's mother, and so on and so forth, right? So you have dual citizenship, Sharon? So you're Canadian and American? My mom told us stories about it growing up, horror stories. It was common knowledge for me. Wow. Yeah, it's so hard to, then there are a lot of things that, I was aware of that a lot of people weren't, but a lot of things I was not aware of. I mean, the world isn't so happy-go-lucky, shiny, happy people.
Charmaine, quickly, where are you?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. So no, it wasn't a number 2, folks. It was just a number 1, but I was trying to put this together quickly. Because Belinda shared these with me because we were talking about, someone kept asking about Julie. Remember Julie, the lady with glasses, and her live. It was so funny though, Charmaine. Somebody else sent me an email, and they said if you put it up to like 2 times the speed, you could probably handle it.
Yeah, I started watching it at 2 times speed, and I still couldn't do it. Like, I was so tired, and I couldn't do it.
I watched the part that I needed to. But anyways, I mean, and God bless her, I just personally, yeah, okay. Just, if I want to go to sleep really fast, just going to say that. So, sorry, Julie, on that one. Or Julie. Anyway, so I don't know if you heard this probably then earlier, but so Belinda told me just before the live, and I meant to answer this question, and I don't think I did to the person that asked it. So Malaya hearted those, the pictures that we showed the other night that Belinda put up on her Facebook.
Yeah.
So Malaya hearted that this morning, or at least Belinda noticed it at 8:00 this morning.
Wow.
On there. What do you think about that?
Well, number 1, it tells you how long ago the reaction was, like on your notification. So it's probably, she could find out if she wanted to, but it doesn't matter. I mean, good if she's, having a Facebook reaction to one of those posts. It would have been even more heartwarming and touching had she shared the fucking pictures. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, guys, but
all good.
It's the same amount of clicks as it is to love something, right? Or I guess it's 1 extra click. Just seeing, throwing it out there.
I know, absolutely. I just wanted your take on that personally. Like, meaning when I saw it, I mean, I can't help it. Like, I know you probably heard it, but that interview, of course, with Daniel and talking about that he's going to have some visitation rights, supervised visitation rights with Meadow and that.
Is that what you sent me today?
Yeah. You didn't listen to it?
No, I could, not only is the internet shit at that house, if I'm like 10 feet into one of the suites downstairs, I don't even have cell service, and I was down in there all day. That's why I didn't get any of your messages. And then I did see it, and I started playing it, and I went back to work, and it stopped playing. So,
okay. And
no, I haven't.
Let me just quickly do this because for anyone, because I know that it's getting late for a lot of people. But Miss Dog Lover, thank you so much. Hey, it's Ryan's birthday today. He turned 25, Charmaine. So that's why I got Indian food today. Yeah, they got their Indian. Steve bought them the Indian food for dinner, and they went down to the British shop to buy a bunch of candy. $130 later, each of them, pretty much.
Wow. But British candy is where it's at. That is some good stuff.
The chocolate is so much better than here in Canada, guys. Telling you right now. So, Miss Dog Lover, thank you for that. Ken Cross, thank you for becoming a member. Helen, thank you for upgrading your membership. I was wondering why I saw her do that. And anyway, so thank you, Helen. And Jane, thank you so much for your pounds over there and in England as well. So I just want to say thank you. And then the Pond became a member as well. So thank you guys very much. I just want to show my appreciation in case somebody of you have dropped off. Happy birthday, Ron. Yeah, happy 25 on there. So the boys are happy today. They took today off. They have to go to work tomorrow. And I'm like, idiots, should take Friday off. Why didn't you take Friday off? What are you thinking? But whatever. They took today off and they have to work tomorrow and then get the weekend off. Sounds like, does that sound right to you? Or would you take the Friday off so you can have Friday, Saturday, Sunday off all in a row?
I would definitely take the Friday, especially not being a woman and working in construction. There's no logical reason why they took today instead of tomorrow off. I don't understand that. A lot of women don't want to be at work on their birthday. Like me, myself, and I
know.
will take my birthday off every year. I don't want a big to do about it. I don't want to have birthdays anymore. But
Yeah.
for a guy, who cares? You're in construction and then you get a long weekend.
Yeah, come on now, right? Like my birthday, mine happens to fall. So basically, I always work Sunday through Thursday, right? So I looked at what day, July 3rd, which was a Thursday, just like Ryan's is today. And I was like, sweet. So my option was either have, I think, the 29th off or something or whatever. No, we're obviously coming up to the 12th. So anyway, oh no, because this is in July. So it was either have like June 29th off that Thursday or the Thursday that fell on my birthday. And I was like, I'll take my birthday, please. So it just so worked out that Canada Day and my day off, like Thursday, I normally work, that ends up being my stat day that I get off. So I was like, sweet, thank you so much.
Perfect. And my birthday is on May 19th, and every 4 years, May 19th is actually Victoria Day. So
yeah,
not only do I get the day off, but I get paid for it.
Right. Anyways, so I'll play that in a few minutes. But so again, Belinda sent me these, and so Selena Brooks obviously is from Malaya's side of the family. Okay, obviously Malaya's name is Malaya Brooks Murray. Now, so we'll just read this here. It says, and I know that Julie showed more, I believe, but I'm her aunt, and you don't know what is going on, so keep your negativity to yourself. D True Crime says, I'm not negative. I'm questioning something thousands of others are as well. I am just not afraid to be the voice to ask. Then somebody gives hearts. Then D says, once your niece speaks up, I am the first one to say I will listen. And if she's innocent, I will apologize from the bottom of my heart. Her moves are suspicious. I call a spade a spade. Good on you, Dees. Call a spade as well. But I have the morals, so I will definitely apologize publicly if she is proven to be innocent. Someone named Jen Wintermom. Oh, Jen Winmom says, she didn't. He was abusive. He putting himself out there, and usually the one who did it is usually the one who did it. Okay, that's just a crock of shit, to be honest with you. That sentence right there. She can't go. They're not all. Don't know what that says. Of each other. He didn't pass the poll. Okay. All right, Jen. About not passing the polygraph test. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's clear as day that Daniel probably did pass the polygraph test, just like in the interview he gave the news today, where he even said like what questions he was asked. Pretty sure that he's not going to consistently be a liar in the public and keep saying that he's like passed this test. But now let's see. So that's whoever Jen Twin Mom is. So where did you read that he didn't pass? Exactly. Where did you read that bullshit that he didn't pass? Just like we can't say he passed 100%. Where did you say he didn't pass? I mean, everything's projecting that he did probably, but doesn't mean he did. But I can't, honestly, it's one of those things that common sense has to kick in somewhere. Where do you read that he didn't pass? Because everywhere else is saying it went in his favor, because that's what Daniel said, but they have definitely not been public, right? I don't have to read anything in my that's it. Jen. Right. So Jen is the one. Okay, Jen. Jen is the one that says, I don't have to read anything. I'm family. He's not allowed to even see Meadow with supervision. Well, okay. Ask yourselves, why is that? You are all saying her, but she was removed from the home if they would take Meadow. Okay. So at no point, Jen, you talk about, say, Daniel, but about him not passing, but yet your family to Malaya. So why don't you put your 2 cents in about her passing a polygraph, or the fact that she took a polygraph test, or she passed hers? but you don't put that in there, Jen. So to me, on this one, it's just like, look, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't sit there and say anything about Daniel if you passed or not, because you would have no clue, Jen. But do tell us about Malaya's polygraph. If you're so willing to speak and, put out bullshit, then go ahead and tell us about Malaya's, because that's exactly what that is. Anyways, then someone says he did pass it and actually insisted on doing a polygraph. Get your facts straight before you judge. It's not always a step parent. And then Dolly Davis said, I heard from a detective that it was not clear. Oh, shut the hell up, these people. Seriously. The best way to ask for a copy. It's not set in concrete. Go ahead, Charmaine, on that one.
Are these people even from Canada? I mean, they're not going to get a copy, number one. And like I said at the beginning, if they gave Daniel those results, which they don't have to, he would have had to sign a release to take that polygraph test. And that release could say that he's not allowed to publicly say whether he did or not. Now, I know that that's neither here nor there now, because he has been out everywhere saying that. But I'm just pointing out that these people are arguing over nonsense, in my opinion. I mean, obviously, Malaya's aunt is going to stand for her and defend her.
Right, of course.
I'm wondering why this D's True Crime or whatever, why did they say, have they asked her why she's not out searching? Or is this all about the polygraph?
It's about the polygraph, and I know part of it on Julie's there was, okay, there was no 3-hour freaking window that Danielle, one of the family members, is saying again. Morons, sorry, but come on now. Use your common sense. Do you honestly think that Daniel Martell disappeared for 3 hours to go look for the kids and he didn't show up? Or was it the 10 minutes that he said that he was gone for? Probably a little bit longer, to be honest. He basically said he was out searching till he came back to the police, okay? But honestly, like when you hear the stupid shit coming out of a family member's mouth from her side, literally sitting there saying that Daniel failed his polygraph test as if you saw it, as if you know the answer to that.
According to Val, she's fourth cousin because of marriage, and she's calling herself family.
They all do. These are these people that come out of the woodwork, Valerie. We know this, right? They're those once cousin, fourth removed, blah, 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 blah. And
well, if that's the case, then she's my sister.
Well, definitely. We have a different mother, brother, and everything like that. But still, I'm sure somewhere down the heritage line that somehow, I'm pretty sure Mackenzie, why don't you just associate yourself? So Mackenzie has the same last name, obviously, as Janie Mackenzie. But I'm sure if you went down that heritage line back around 200 years and came back and forward and back again, I'm pretty sure you're related to Janie Mackenzie.
You absolutely are.
Absolutely.
Of course you are. She's your long-lost sister.
Yep. But this always happens, right? So there's a people that truly care. For instance, that person named Buzzkill or whatever was in the chat. Now, that person didn't have to say nothing, not a lick of a word, and we wouldn't know none better that person was in chat. Now, this person, she or he, didn't say very much, right? But they made themselves known that they were a family member. Sometimes things can piss a family member off. How close is that Buzzkill? I have no idea. It could be a fucking uncle of an uncle of an aunt of whatever. Who knows? Do not know. But ones like this will always come out of the woodwork and saying, because I'm family. Absolutely. And nobody really talks to you at all, I'm sure, because you're so far removed that you come out of the woodwork to get attention, because it makes me sick when I see people that come out of the woodwork for the sake of the attention of it. I don't really care so much about Jack and Lily, but I'm just going to put it out there that I'm family. I'm family. That's how I see this. I'm family. It's because I'm family. Yeah. But anyways, I like to sit there and say about that. So it pisses me off instantly, because it's like, how dare you sit there and say Daniel passed when you're but would not know one clue if Daniel passed or not. But why don't you shut your trap over there, Jen, and put up about Malaya's passing of a polygraph, or that she even took one? Well, you know what? I mean, obviously they don't have to. Did Malaya take one? Why don't you start talking about, like I said, if you're going to be fair about it. But to sit there and say that we can say 100% for sure that Daniel failed or passed the polygraph, I mean, common sense says, okay, like, look at what he's been saying. Would you say that out in the public, in front of the news and blah, blah, blah? Would you do this? Common sense says no. Typically, someone would not do that. Some will, but it's rare, right? More or less, you're going to not tell your results. You're not even going to talk about it because you know the results, anyways. And then I heard about the 3-hour thing, and I'm like, are you people that stupid? Seriously? So you think that Daniel was gone for 3 hours, and the cops probably wouldn't have thought, oh my God, this guy, he doesn't want to be at home, right? Because he's guilty and guilty and guilty. So he's just going to go off for 3 hours, and come back. Does that even make sense at all? No, because you don't use your brains as you're posting this shit. But they get involved in this stupid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but and then family. Don't forget family. Family. Go ahead, Charmaine. Go ahead, Charmaine.
You're right, completely.
It's just go ahead.
Well, as I said, so if they both passed and there was nothing found on their devices, where does that lead us?
It leads you to an absolute abduction, probably then.
Yeah, that leads us to the end of the road where the kid's scent was lost. Just thinking, just throwing that out there.
Oh, we already threw that out there. Let me play that one for you, Charmaine, since you said you haven't played it or listened to it. Right here.
Sullivan and her younger brother Jack were last seen in May, and since then, investigators say they've chased down every lead. RCMP confirmed they've spoken with 54 people, conducted polygraph tests, and have received close to 500 tips. But yet, there's still no sign of the siblings. Jack and Lily's stepfather says he was the first to volunteer for a polygraph, hopeful it would help the search and ease public speculation.
I know it would be a big help in the case and kind of narrow down maybe some of the speculations and just provide more evidence.
Daniel Martell says during the polygraph test, he was asked several things, including whether or not he was involved in the disappearance of the children. He says both his cell phone and that of his estranged wife were confiscated and searched by investigators. This and weeks of interviews, there still hasn't been a major break in the case. And for their stepfather, the silence inside the once busy home is deafening.
Going from a family of 7 to just me, I mean, I have nothing but time to just think.
RCMP insists this is still very much an active investigation. They're reviewing surveillance footage and following digital evidence. But the emotional toll has already left its mark on Martell, including the loss of custody of his daughter, Meadow.
I haven't even got to see my own kids, not even Meadow yet. But I'm still hopeful. I have supervised visits coming up that are granted by CPS.
The children's stepfather says he's grateful to the investigators and to people who continue to share tips, even if none have yet led to finding Jack and Lily. Until then, over a month later, the family continues to remain hopeful that the children will return home safe. Todd?
Right, House of RF in Pictou County for us this evening.
Todd Lilly last seen in May, and since and hopeful it would help the search. And
I'll leave it there. So, Shireen,
But
thoughts on this?
Oh, well, when he said that he's got a lot of time, like he's by himself and he's got a lot of time to sit and think, that is, honestly, that is one's worst enemy. Like your own brain will attack you and attack you, especially with something like this going on. I couldn't even imagine what's going through his head. So that's devastating. And I said it all along. I don't think that he had anything to do with it. I know a lot of
No.
people in chat don't agree, but I don't.
My thing is this too, is that I mean I put up the traits. Did I ever send you the traits of the Leo? Because he fits them to a T. You know, comes off as arrogant, very confident, self-assuredness, you know, like those were a lot of the traits of a Leo, and that's what he is. Did I send you that yesterday?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay. So anyways, so he fits totally to the bill of his typical traits of a Leo. Okay, the stuff that we I think looked at is exactly what he's exuding, but he probably doesn't realize it, right? That
Yes,
he's exuding
exactly.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
and so it matches that whole confident, self-assuredness, arrogant feeling that you're kind of reading. So I always have to take that as because I know that we all exude the same traits in our line of a zodiac sign, right? It doesn't mean it defines us, but it's the gist of who we are as people. So then just like Pisces, right? Now I got a, like I said, Satan's sister in the Pisces line there, and kind of again, uh, Pisces. I mean, it's for me. It's because I have a Satan sister in the Pisces line. My mom's a Pisces as well. My mom, was she cold? Yes. Where did she get it from? Grandma. You know, did she give us hugs and all that stuff? No, not really. But we felt loved by her. We did. But she certainly didn't exude that. And Paula, well, she's just Donald Trump in reverse of a female. To be honest with you, she's, you know, if you guys know Johnny Depp with Amber Heard, or what I would say is Amber Turd, my older sister Paula falls absolutely in line with Amber Turd there. Just full of herself, thinks that she's the most beautiful thing that walked on the planet. Um, Her insecurities is that she has psoriasis, but she would call it eczema because she thought that eczema sounded better than psoriasis. So anyone that doesn't know that, it's basically where you have red patches all over your body, especially where your bending points are, like your knees and stuff like that. But she had them all. But where she got that, so to me, it's her insecurities that she's that narcissist that has the mask that she have how she portrays herself is like, I'm God, I'm gorgeous. Everyone thinks that I'm the most beautiful of the family and that you guys, me and Tanya are shit and blah, 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 blah. She's manipulative. She is cruel. No, what she is evil. There's the better word for that. And if you're listening to this, yes, those are the traits that you define yourself with. So I myself, she's family. Yeah. So I believe always that, you know, your family is your family. Huh. When I came back home from freaking Calgary to back to home here, I walked into some shitstorm of a family shit going on, right? And then Paula stopped talking to me because I didn't agree with her. That's how Paula works. She'll leave you the most cruel, vile messages. She didn't do it. Well, I think sometimes she did it to me. I didn't care. I'm not about to put up with her bullshit, right? She did it more to Tanya and Kenny than she ever did to me. But I'm the one is that, after so long, you're like, chop, get out of my life. You know, you wicked person, get out of my life. So that's how it is. There's no, yeah, okay, maybe the better person should go, oh, welcome back, evil, into my life. I'm sorry, I am not that person. Okay, I need to have kind, caring individuals that help build up your character. You know, right, Charmaine? Instead of tearing you down. Who wants that?
I've got pretty high boundaries as well, and they're indestructible at this point in my life. Like if you're out for any reason, you are out.
Exactly, right? You are out. Now, so it's hard with me because I had that judgment of Pisces, just like I have the judgment of a Taurus man, because when I was with Dion, that was an abusive relationship the whole way through, right? My own fault staying in it, learned a lot, grew up a lot, got very hard because of it. And then I had to soften myself back up because after a while, you just get tired of being knocked down. Kind of like the little vent with DD and stuff. After a while, you just get tired of people's bullshit. And every once in a while, it's okay to spill your shit. It's okay. at least on this channel, it's okay sometimes to get upset. And not even, I don't want to say get upset, but I just mean spill the tea a little bit, you know? Knowing full well
Yeah.
at the end of the day that what bugs me about humans is that instead of building people up, people are so willing to tear you down, so willing to go to Facebooks, call a child a murderer and stuff like that, or tell somebody that they're a killer and go kill themselves. And that's the part that disgusts me about this all. So here I am in life going, do. Oh, you guys, everything's so great. Life is so beautiful. Blah, blah, blah. Sunshine in my face. Have a great day. And then you got those people that are just with knives right there in your back all the time. I
Yeah.
don't have the time of day for that crap at all. You know, it's either be real or get the hell out of my life. Be kind or get the hell out of my life. Because
Yeah.
I just don't need that type of negativity in my life. And I'm too old now to even put up with that crap, to be honest with you. But so I have a little bit of judgment on, especially the Pisces, a little bit. No offense, ladies, but when you have a twin sister that's totally a narcissist and evil, it's hard not to think that, oh, is that what you little fuckers are like? But I know it doesn't fit everybody. But I'm not a Pisces. You know, and you're a Taurus. You know,
Yes,
most people in my life are Cancers, you know, and then some Libras, obviously a Taurus, and Alexa's a Capricorn, female Capricorn, because her birthday's on the same day as my son's. But my mom's, like I said, a Pisces, so I'm just trying to, you know, I'm thinking about my mom. My mom my mom thought, my mom. Okay. My mom was very beautiful. She was. And she knew it. And she could make a guy's head spin. And she knew it. You know? So my mom hated growing older because of her complex about her looks, right? And getting wrinkles and stuff like that. So my mom was very self-absorbed when it came to her looks, for sure. She was cold. Like, she wasn't this warm grandma, like, come on, kiddies, you know, da-da-da-da. It was like, okay, kids, quit your whining or get your ass up to your room and I'll give you something to cry about, okay? You know? And then she'd be like, do you guys want to have some of this cake I made? Like, she would be creative, make castles and all that stuff. But she definitely wasn't a Paula. So I get torn on that sign a little bit. Because there are some nice Pisces, but I don't know them deep enough to
There's
ahead.
good traits and bad traits in all zodiac signs, and I mean, there's also like our zodiac signs and our traits that we, you know, take or that we can relate to the zodiac. They're the natural side of you. I don't know what the word that I'm looking for, but you're raised by people and your environment influences your behavior and what you grow to like and love. So your people aren't only their zodiac. They're their upbringing. They're their, do you know what I mean? It's just you are to your core is what you can relate to your zodiac. So people could be nice and like I know Taurus women who are completely the opposite of me, like completely the opposite. But at the core, they are also stubborn. They also like to be comfortable. Do you know what I mean? They're completely opposite of me in so many ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too, right? You know, I mean, Daniel has talked about, say, you know, that he's basically Malaya's protector, you know, that basically, like, look, I took her out of a bad situation, you know, and I'm he gives that impression, like, and I'm just simply her hero. Like, I just want to take care of her, you know, provide for her, do the best I can by her, you know, like maybe when Daniel said, like, the old Daniel, maybe she tore him down all the time. Maybe perhaps, you know, like, meaning she could have tore him down, like saying that you're not this way anymore, you're not that way anymore. So maybe to him he was like, you know, well, I mean, I love you, Malaya, like, you know, I mean, I'll change, I'll go back to this person that you want because you keep telling me I'm this person and that person and stuff like that. Could very, like, you always have to look at it both sides of the coin, obviously, you
Yeah,
know,
that's
but
what I was saying today.
yeah, but the product of your environment definitely plays on that for sure. So I wonder if Malaya, because the way Daniel has portrayed it is that it's like he took her out of a hellhole in a sense, or a hell of a life that she's led, and fell in love with her and just wanted to, you know, like take care of her kids, and her take care of, you know, his other two kids and stuff like that, you know, and then but we don't know the gist of the story. Like, but from what
Yeah.
Daniel made it sound like was like he took her out of like, you know, bad situations, like that she's basically had a lot of drama, but we don't really know what that all is. Maybe she has gone through it, maybe she hasn't. Maybe to him it's worse than what if we heard it, who knows? Don't know, you know, with it all. I
Um,
said go ahead.
Mama Angie earlier said it's hard to say if they will charge with neglect. Summerwell's parents just got cleared of neglect by DCFS. I want to just clarify that a little bit.
Yeah.
They lost custody of all their boys, and in fact, I believe one, if not all, are being adopted, like permanently adopted. So they weren't cleared. They weren't cleared of neglect. They decided not to pursue those charges. Like it's dropped. So that's not the same. To me, that's the same thing as, you know, Casey Anthony was found not guilty. That's a far cry from her being innocent of anything. So they decided not to pursue neglect charges on Summerwell's parents.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They're not fucking innocent of it.
Right.
Clearly, we all saw how she was living. We all saw that poor little girl's lifestyle.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, that shithole of a place downstairs. Oh my God, that was disgusting. That was oh my God.
She was living. That was her bedroom, like with her parents, and she had to crawl through the kitchen cabinet to get to this ladder to lead her down to her room. Like,
yeah,
it blew my mind. Sunday is 4 years since Summer's disappearance. Yeah, that's
crazy.
And hopefully we don't get there with this case. I mean, I have to believe.
I don't think so, eh?
I don't either.
I really don't.
I don't either. I think that it'll come to a conclusion. And most of the time, and I'm not talking about the missing and murdered Indigenous women, and there are other unsolved cases, yes, but for a lot of cases, yes, they move slowly, and mostly I'm talking about the county police or the municipal police forces, but they do make arrests. They really do. I don't want to say anything negative about the RCMP, so we'll just leave it at that.
Well, they messaged Krista back, you know, to her message, like, you know, because she said she had sent in that video from a live debut with the sliding glass door thing, just to, you know, right? And she got a message back saying thank you for sending it in, and she actually got a secondary message back, basically one to say thank you for sending in and thank you. We've looked into this.
They looked into it.
Yeah, something like that. It was pretty similar to those, I think. Like it was almost if they're thanking her for sending in the tip, and then after reviewing the tip, basically almost like a thank you to say, you know, like we've looked into this, because they're supposed to look at every tip, right? But so they probably went to it, looked at it, you know, went, and then, you know, another thing to.
That's what that one was, right? It was just you know, this happens elsewhere.
Yeah, Casey Anthony case. That's just injustice in the finest there. That's bullshit.
They overcharged her. I think that's where they messed up. They over prosecuted her, I should say.
Right.
They should never have gone for first degree and the death penalty. I think that was a mistake.
They should bend for Summer there. And absolutely. It's kind of like Barry Morphew case. They went off. The new sheriff in town lady comes in instantly within a short period of time, like a couple weeks or something like that. Next thing you know, Barry Morphew gets arrested, right? And then they realize. So I remember watching the evidentiary trial or whatever it was that was going on. And I kept thinking to myself, oh, like they got some good shit on him, right? And then I'm watching it. I'm like, wait a sec. Is this the strongest shit that they have, really? Like, I was waiting for this big kaboom moment. Never happened. So what happened? They had, what was this called, the instrument where they, so that they can retry him again, they had to back off, whatever that word is. They had
It's double jeopardy. They can't do it. They can't try him twice for the same crime.
Yeah. So it's not that Barry Morphew can't get charged again. And then, so they ended up finding Suzanne Morphew's remains like about a year ago, a little over a year ago, something like that now. Time just flies sometimes. Anyways. And so still to this day, Barry Morphew hasn't been tried for murder. Did Barry Morphew do it in my courtroom? Absolutely. You guys want to talk about a pathetic plea for his wife video that was just so insincere? That's what's hard, is that when you're literally watching someone on camera and they're like, Suzanne, we just missed you so bad. We just want you to come home. And you're not seeing a tear. Well, maybe I think you did shoot one down, but you're watching someone that doesn't know how to fake, in a sense, real true emotion, because obviously they don't go around, well, here, let me just kill wife number 2 and 3 and 4. You know what I mean? So it's one thing when it's genuine, and it's another thing when it's fake and you're trying to pretend like it's genuine. Okay, it was pathetic. I was so angry watching that pathetic plea. So for me personally, with Malaya, every time I watch that interview, I literally get anger issues with it. The same way I felt about Barry Morphew, is that it was just so far off of anything normal that I personally have witnessed in anyone's interview. Like, don't get me wrong, I haven't watched like a billion cases or 100,000 or, let alone I probably watched about maybe 100 cases in total plus, right? Because I kind of focus on certain cases where some people talk about this case, that case. But it was, for me personally, besides, what's his face now? Christopher Proudfoot being a total narcissistic butthole on the live streams that he would do. Oh my God, the manipulation of that man. But anyways, so Malaya's, to me personally, as I hear it, it's just such, everything about it just screams to me that she's lying about it. That's how I see it. That's how I feel it. And there's nothing, every time I watch it, I kind of hear something else that I missed the first time or second time or third time, but it angers me. And it angers me because, to me, there's nothing even remotely close of somebody a day after giving an interview like that, and you're telling me you're missing your kids, But then I was softened today a little bit, just for the fact that she hearted Belinda's Facebook page on her children's thing. So in my head, I go to myself, right, I still think, okay, am I being too harsh? Am I misreading this? Is she just really bad at interviews? I still don't believe that I'm wrong on that. But, there's that piece of me goes, okay, well, is she doing that for an act? But why would she? Or is she doing it genuinely? But why didn't she do anything before this? Like,
why wouldn't she share it? And I mean,
right?
I don't know. I don't think she's done anything.
Say that again.
I said I don't think she's done anything either, but she's certainly not helping look for her kids. Like, I don't understand it.
I think that's the difference, is that for us, and we know this, I feel like she is part of this all. Could be wrong. Just my opinion. From what I see, I feel like she is. I feel like there's knowledge there from her family side. So I'm in agreement with that, with Daniel on that side of it. So until something kind of shows me a little bit differently, I still believe that. I know yours is the abduction line, and thinking it's a strain, and it very well could be. I mean, the phones were taken. Daniel, I believe that didn't have anything to do with it. So then that leaves me only to believe that Malaya didn't. But the thing is, it would probably take a lot for me to personally get there, because she's been the target of my eye the whole entire time versus Daniel, as you know, from always believing that Daniel was telling the truth, you know. But then this narcissistic little personality is coming out. But then once I read the Leo, I'm like, oh well, this fits totally in line with this personality. You know, he might not be the most handsome dude ever, and I'm sure he's not claiming to be, but he's one of those ones that it comes off as arrogant or braggadocious, and assuredness and stuff like that. So once I kind of read the Leo and seen the traits, I was like, oh, these this wording in this text exactly matches really the core of his traits. So that's when I'm like, okay. So when I read Malaya's, I don't know the Pisces. Like even when I was reading the Pisces, you like honestly, Charmaine, everything the Pisces was saying in that one stuff that I showed up, it was like a mimic of like a replica of the Cancer, like a replica. And so I'm like, oh well, hold on now, because if the Pisces is a replica, but I don't know Pisces enough.
The Pisces are more like Pisces, to like my understanding, they're more flighty and they live in they're not grounded in reality in their thinking, you know, like
so although it looked good on paper that it sounded like Cancer, so am I grounded or am I flighty? It doesn't matter.
I don't know anything about Cancer. You're the only Cancer that I know.
Right. Do you think I'm grounded though, or do you think I'm flighty, or a bit of both?
Both, definitely. Good balance.
I was gonna say
everybody can be flighty, but Pisces by nature are more, you know, they're free spirited, I guess is a nicer way to put it.
Yeah.
I don't mean that they're flighty and, you know.
Just for me, I know I have two personalities. Like, and when I say two personalities, I'm not talking about a freaking like, you know, psycho bitch, and then I go normal, or, you know, I'm not bipolar or any shit like that. Meaning, when I need to be serious in life, I will. But by nature, I'm more what people, like I said, in the office, they know that Sunny is the joking around person, the one that kind of is like all over the map. Some might say ADHD, perhaps, but they know I'm the fun one. And when I have to be serious, I'll be serious because I know in myself that I might do stupid shit sometimes and have those moments like everybody, but I'm very much grounded to this earth and try to think, you know, logically, common sense. You know, even if me and Charmaine have just differences in how we're thinking this, I know Charmaine is very grounded, level-headed, and even though, again, she's thinking a different way than I am, but I know that our personalities are same that way. You know, we're feisty. We, like I said, like to dive into things, look at them logically. We side-eye people, you know, but you just try to put what you think is the most logical and staying grounded and not far-fetched out there, you know. So I appreciate that. That's why I appreciate people that have lives like that, where like kind of like the card reader Trish James, right? When I watch her, I don't feel the sense of showmanship or any sort of arrogance to her or anything. I just see someone that seems very soft-spoken. She lays out her cards and she just says it in a very humble way. She just comes off really nice, you know. And that's what I kind of look for when I'm watching somebody. Like, are you trying to build your channel? Are you just reading off other people's shit? Because I've seen that happen quite often.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, using content and then making a live out of it, and then oops, look at how the car is landed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gee, who else we know that does that?
Yeah. So tell me, do me a favor, because we're gonna head off here right quick. Tell me about your shit day. I never heard about it.
It wasn't a shit day. It was a good day. I just haven't been sleeping very well, so I was tired today, and I had to work this morning. I had a bunch of stuff to do, and then I went to the house, and I was staining cedar planks, and like I said, the friggin' internet doesn't work. So I turned my internet off thinking that, okay, I'm just going to use cell data. And I didn't realize that as soon as you go like 10 feet into the suite, you don't even have cell service. So I went all day without even thinking about my phone. So I was listening to music. So when I finally checked my phone, then I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know.
Oh,
So.
which by the way, yeah, because I mean, I expect you, like when I wasn't planning on doing a live again today, honestly. I was literally legit, whatever. I know I'm off today for my 2 days off and stuff like that. And then because of that interview that came out, I was like, there's no way I'm not going to do a live, because that interview to me was what I liked was it was one of Daniel's, I don't know. It's just the more he talks, the more information we get from him. And I just believe him. Like, I just find that he truly now, like, it took me a while to get to that point where I was like, but I actually truly believe that either he was duped in this trickery or it would have to be an abduction, because I don't believe that they're out in the woods. But
no, absolutely. I don't think he's lying. I think that no matter what piece of the conversation or what piece of the interviews that we're going to talk about, I think that that's the truth as he sees it. Whether or not it turns out to be fact, or you know what I mean? But that's how he sees it, and that's how he truly feels about it. That's his perspective, I guess.
Orly, so if I'm going to believe Daniel, right? So I can't just believe part of him. So I believe, and tell me if you believe this, Charmaine, I believe that he's accurate and truthful when he says that Lily came in the room a couple times. I believe that to be truthful then. So I don't believe that the children disappeared. So unless he's ultimately lying for Malaya on this, but why would he? I mean, I can't see.
Maybe at the beginning he might have covered for her, like everybody was saying, like maybe he's covering for her because he loves her so much. I could see something like that in the beginning, but at this point where he's now lost visitation with his kids, or he doesn't even, you know what I mean, and she just up and disappeared one day and blocked him, and he's not allowed to have contact. Like, he's a human being, so at some point he's gonna be like, you know what, fuck her. Do you know what I mean? So if it was a big cover up, what I'm saying is he would have talked by now. I don't see. Good night.
Oh, there's Melissa. Melissa's in the house, because some people like to get their point across. But look at that. Are you a Leo the lion though, Dylan? Yeah. Try not to use caps, because I know it comes off as yelling, and people, it's like, here, make sure you read my message or something on there. I mean, it does stand out, don't get me wrong, but imagine if everyone used caps. Well, maybe we'd think it was normal, to be honest, at that point. Some seniors post large caps. Some seniors do. I had one lady tell me that she can't really see, so she need, like, so in order for her to see it on there.
I actually did an episode on the Night Stalker. It was pretty. It wasn't bad. I got some good reviews on it. I'm gonna go listen to it.
The Night Stalker, yeah. Yeah. So, you guys, end of the day, again, it's about Je suis un lion. So, Joe, you know where my email is if you do want to come up and do a live. All right, on there. But okay. So I want to thank Lauren, okay, for coming up. I want to thank Krista. Krista, thank you so much. Last minute too, I was like, hey, do you want to come up? She said I got some time. She ended up dropping off a couple times to her little internet there. Perfect timing, because then Lauren comes up and she talks about that. So I'm going to have to actually go re-listen to that part, because obviously when you're trying to run a live and then trying to listen, and then my husband's coming in and out of the room a couple times there. So I just want to say thank you so much, Lauren. And if there's a time that you want to come up again, feel free just to ask, or maybe I'll ask you. Charmaine, thank you too for joining us and coming up. And I know you're having a long day and just want to go rest and relax now. Thankfully, you're in BC, so it's only 8:49 as well, and everything. But Remember, again, always what this is about, which is Jack and Lily, okay? Make no muss or fuss about that. It's about Jack and Lily first and foremost. And I think I heard Charmaine say, which I said too as well, where is that obviously if there's people get antsy very fast when there's no information. So what can we do? I mean, we can't sit there and make up a bunch of crap, but we can certainly talk about speculation if that's gonna, if there's no other new information coming out and stuff like that.
There's
like,
nothing wrong with keeping the conversation going. Nothing wrong with it whatsoever.
yeah, no, absolutely not, right? And again, we're just here to honestly speculate, knowing that nobody's been charged with anything. We're not intending to hurt family members purposely and stuff. But again, we're your family isn't our family, like meaning we're a channel. So I can understand from two sides of it that we're a channel. We please take no offense if we happen to joke around about some stuff, but we never will literally when it comes to the victims of cases, absolutely not. If we want to speculate about family, sorry, we will. That's just a given in true crime. Again, it's from two different angles here, but it's never meant to hurt family members. And to those family members that are coming out of the woodwork, honestly, if you're going to put stuff out there, don't embarrass yourselves and put out there that, Daniel failed his polygraph and stuff like that, that you're just embarrassing yourself and then calling yourself a family member. You just look like you're leeching on for some sort of attention, in a sense, to get your 5 minutes out there that you're family. And that's going to happen, right? The longer the case goes on, the more little other family members. It's like winning the lottery, like somebody said, all of a sudden they come out of the woodwork going, oh, by the way, I'm that second cousin 4 times removed from the mother of the brother, but I'm still family. Or they're not really family and they think that they're family or portraying themselves as family. Either way.
What I don't understand about that whole thing, they'll jump into chat and say, I'm family, I'm this person.
Yeah.
But why are you even announcing that if you don't want to talk about it?
That's
you know
right.
What I mean? Because you're going to get the attention. And if you're not willing to speak up, it's never, not from us, but from other channels, you're not going to get any positive attention, that's for sure. If you're not willing to talk.
That really kind of goes back to yesterday. So typically we keep within talking about the people we're talking about a case. Now, it just so happened I got that email and it said Edwin Martell, right? Now, had Buzzkill never said anything, nobody would have thought and shit about it at all.
No.
They wouldn't.
I had no idea that was his name.
Me neither. Well, meaning whoever his uncle he said he was or whatever it was.
Yeah.
But I think he said something like, please don't use whatever. Now, had he just said nothing, he brought more attention to it by saying that. Because again, I just happened to look down, see the name Edwin. I was actually laughing at the name because that's just such an old name. It's like saying Bertha to me. Like Henrietta, Bertha, Edwin, get your asses inside here. Hey, Hilda, So I kind of laughed when I saw the name because I was like, oh, this is an old school name. But anyway, So I didn't necessarily mean to say it. It just kind of came out because I looked down. But had he not said anything, no one would have thought a thing about it.
Never would have known.
No, never would have known. Nobody would have cared, But so by him saying that, truthfully, you actually brought more attention to it. And then said you didn't want to talk about anything. So again, if you don't want to talk about nothing, it's probably best just to stay silent in there and just be the observer instead of saying things like that, because it will bring more attention to you. But hey, if you want to bring more attention to Jack and Lily's case, by all means, absolutely. Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you, guys.
And hopefully that's the whole purpose. If they're really family, then they should want the attention to be brought out. And there has to be something that they're able to talk about it, that they're comfortable talking about. They don't have to come up here and talk about, the case. They could come up and tell us what Jack and Lily are like, tell us stories about playing with them or things that they like doing, or, you could talk about anything. But don't just come in here and announce that you're family and don't say this or don't say that and then leave. like Kelly, like I'm Cindy's friend of 15 years.
Yeah.
You have no idea what's going on. Well, you're quite right, because Cindy's not talking, and now neither are you. So thank you. Thank
Right.
you. No, thank you.
Now, just quickly, you guys, before we go, because I sometimes I forget to do this. The poll was, well, it said, did you hit like and hit the share button? But anyways, and then I put, I think things are heating up, 32%. Just bring home these babies alive, 25%. I'm amazed, actually, that one wasn't the most. Huh. Okay, my heart aches badly for everyone, 7%, and praying answers are soon, 36. Doesn't it kind of shock you a little bit that just bring those babies home alive wasn't number one?
It is, but you definitely should have had a all of the above choice.
No, because I only got 4 spots. So I could have.
I couldn't decide which one to pick either, because they're all very important.
Well, I mean, it was really how someone was kind of feeling inside, because they are, absolutely. So anyways, with that being said, thank you guys. You guys have a good night. Thank you for the memberships and the super stickers and chats and all that good stuff. Thank you all the guests that were on here tonight. And your poll, no, my poll options are confusing. Ben. Do we know each other all of a sudden, Ben? I don't think
I
that they
think
were.
because you didn't pose like a question.
Yeah, I didn't pose a question. It was just like your feelings on the case. Ben, do you want to borrow some of these, Ben? I got a few extra cells. Telling you right now. Anyways, love you guys. Thank you guys so much. Prayers for Jack and Lily. I couldn't read all the choices when it said my heart aches badly. I was thinking the ending was my heart aches badly for the children. Oh, you couldn't read the whole thing? Yeah, I would have answered just bring those babies home alive on there. Anyways. Oh, je suis fou. Can you believe, Ben?
Just-
Ben, you know you love it when you talk dirty to me like that. You know it. I know it. There you go, Ben. I love you too. All right, Charmaine. Not so much, but this is for you, Charmaine. This is for you. Hold on. No, it's not going to do it. Darn it. It's not going to do it. It only plays. I was thinking I was going to give you a Rickroll on the way out.
Oh.
Yeah. Say a prayer. We all. Eliza's trying to post a link. We all call upon the light of the Creator, the strength of the earth, and the love of all the hearts across time and space. May all those who sit in stillness now join together in one sacred intention. So beautiful. I don't know anything about the Bible, but pretty much what's. Oh no, hold on. The Lord is my shepherd; I shall not want. Something about. I used to know that. I want a prize for that. Okay. But anyways, bottom line is that prayers, blessings for Jack and Lily's safe return home. Please give us that. If anything, that's why I'm hoping about the hidden even more so for that reason, because that would make me the happiest, is knowing that they are still alive and not to think the worst.
That is absolutely the best case scenario.
Absolutely.
As twisted as it is the best case scenario at this point.
Yeah. Okay, we're out of here, guys. You guys have a great one. Thank you guys all. And again, hit the like and the share if you haven't, guys. Good night.
Good night.